Udah ada ketentuannya belum maksudnya username-nya?
Trans T-nya gede. Kultural nanti satunya gede. Nursing dan ini.
Bentar ya.
Bentar lah.
Masukin. Terus 34 ya? Ini masukin.
Bapak mic perlu diinstal juga. Apa dikono? Duita biasanya digoreng. Oh, mbak kedang. Duita belum mah. Ya wes sekolah main mah. Halo, apa bro? Oh, ya.
Mau ngunci doan yang gue sabun toh, nggak ngapa nih gitu sih. Aku heran kok. Nyampe. Iya, kamu tuh ya tak. Kamu tuh.
Ya, jurnal sekalian.
Merah, tanggal dulu ya.
Ya.
Semangat Mbak Asma.
Pagi. Ya.
12 orang kan? Ya kan? 12 safari, di safari raya, apa sih raya?
Oh, ramai di dinas.
Kita sampai. Orang sibuk kita sampai.
Let's restart the seminar of Panti Rapih School of Health Sciences. All speakers, lecturers, activities, and students of Panti Rapih School of Health Sciences, and all participants. Thank you so much for being here. Hoping wherever you are now, all of you stay happy and safe. Welcome to Transcultural Nursing in Pandemic Era International Seminar. This seminar held by Bachelor of Nursing and Professional Program in Panti Rapih School of Health Sciences, Yogyakarta. This seminar is held for celebrating National Health Day. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Awashian Swastika. I'm a student of Bachelor Nursing Program and I'm going to be the MC for this seminar. Now, allow me to read about the rules belong to seminar. First, participants' ID, in this seminar should use the original name and the state or origin name. Second, participants who have access to Zoom should dress mostly and behave during the seminar. All participants are expected to turn off the mic during the seminar process. The pre-registration link goes up at 7:30 to 8:40. All participants can write the question in the Zoom chat or the live chat in YouTube using format type as in the beginning your question, then continue with your name, and then the origin or stage of country, and the last type your question. The evaluation link will be distributed during the second session. Then the link will be active until 30 minutes after the seminar is over. The certificate will be given to participants who have filled out the registration link and the evaluation link. Certificate can be accessed 1 month after the event is over through the website of Panti Rapih School of Health Science. Is www.stikespantirapih.ic.id. Now, I want to tell you about the agenda for this event. First, we will have opening ceremony that containing with opening prayer, sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, listen the march of Panti Rapih School of Health Sciences, opening speech from head of Panti Rapih School of Health Sciences, and watch the performance from student choir. After the opening session, we will go to the main event. The seminar will be divided into 4 segments. First, we will get a material about the challenge of transcultural nursing in pandemic era with Professor Dr. Haji Corina Abdullah. Second, we will get a material about ASEAN perspective in transcultural nursing in pandemic era with Mr. Alan Paulo Tuira, Master in Nursing Sciences. Third, we will get a material about update management of COVID-19, preventive and managing in the next breakpoint of COVID-19 with Mr. Fu Chin Lai, PhD, registered nurse. And the last, we will get material about cultural perspective of distress response, coping mechanism, and caring behavior of nurses in pandemic era with Mrs. Julia Wardani, Master Art of Nursing. For each discussion session will be held in after 2 segments. After all discussion, we will have a closing ceremony. Now, before we start the seminar, let's prepare ourselves to pray. For Jana Renata, time is yours.
I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Catholic, and those who are not, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen. Dear God, today, in this beautiful day, we gather here to bring about an international seminar in celebrating National Health Day. Make this international seminar as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the seminar we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost the dignity of our nation. Dear God, guide us and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the best persons. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much for Diana Renata. Now we will sing together the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Next, we will listen the March of Panti Rapih School of Health Sciences.
Panti Panti Rapih, sekolah tinggi kami siap berbakti, turut peduli kesehatan negeri, mengabdi sesama dalam cinta kasih. Di bawah Undang-Undang Dasar 45 dan berdasar pada asas Pancasila, kami junjung tinggi harkat STIKes Panti Rapih alamat terbuka, melahirkan generasi yang bersahaja, siap mengembangkan ilmu kesehatan, memberi dan mengabdi kepada negeri, dengan disiplin tekun dalam karya, tak pandang bulu untuk membantu sesama.
Now, we will listen the opening speech from head of Panti Rapih School of Health Sciences for Mrs. Katarina Setiawidya Stuti, MCUP and SSA Cup MB. Time is yours.
Thank you, Tifa. My voice is here. Do you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today at this wonderful place and space on both Zoom and YouTube. Special thank you to special speaker, our speaker today, Prof. Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florida Abdullah. Hello, Datuk. See you again. Second, Mr. Alan Paulo Blaquera, RNMSNC. Mr. Fusil Line, PhD RN. And Mrs. Yulia Wardani, MAN. And special thank you to our moderator today, Mrs. Oktri Hastuti and Mr. Dian Yuniarto. My name is Katarina Setia Widyastuti. It is honor for me to speak on behalf of STIKes Panti Rapih. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the Transcultural Nursing in Pandemic Era seminar. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to the seminar committee of the Nursing Undergraduate Study Program, who generously helped us to make this seminar happen. Mrs. Eva and all other committees. We could not do it without all of you. I know it. I want to say that seminar participants today reach more 1,000 people.
Karena gratis sih punya aku, tapi nggak bisa pakai so.
Okay, our participant attended.
Bu Catherine, mikrofonnya.
Okay. I will. Okay. Sorry, I'll continue because I mute my speaker. Okay, seminar participant today is about 1,200 people. They show that this topic is of a great interest. We know it. In today's seminar, we would learn about transcultural nursing in the pandemic era. We know that population movement requires nurses to adapt to cultural differences. According to the Leininger, it's very important to pay attention to cultural diversity and values in the application of nursing care to clients. If the nurse ignores it, it will be cause a culture shock. And through holistic nursing care, by paying attention to cultural differences, nursing goal can be achieved more optimally, and patients and their families will be more satisfied with nursing services. I hope that this seminar can help you all to implement transcultural nursing practice very well in pandemic era, and for in the future, of course. The last but not the least, I want to say that this seminar is as an implementation of a cooperation between STIKes Panti Rapih and Lincoln University College, Malaysia, Sinpal University, Philippines, and Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. I hope our collaboration will be more advanced with some other activity. Well, I do not want to take too much of your time. I need to hand over it to Alosia Diva, our today MC, to introduce our guest speakers to all of you. I would like to say once more on behalf of the seminar organizer and STIKes Panti Rapih, welcome. It is great to see so many of you here from Malaysia, Philippines, Timor-Leste, I think, and all over Indonesia area. Thank you very much for listening. Jiva, the time completely for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Catherine. Now, proudly present the traditional song performed by student choirs.
Cuplah, cuplah, surat, surat,
Let's give virtual applause for student choir. For the first discussion and material giving will be right with moderator Mrs. Agustina Sri Okri Hastuti and the PhD in nursing. For Mrs. Okri, time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, our speaker. Good morning, all participants who in Zoom area and also in YouTube channel. I am Oktri Hastuti. I will serve a moderator today. We are known that the seminar will be conducted in 2 sessions. Okay, let's start the first session. The first session will attend by 2 speakers. The first speaker is Professor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina Abdullah. She is Pro-Chancellor of Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Datuk Bibi will share her expertise with the topic Challenge of Transcultural Nursing in Pandemic Era. Before inviting her, I would like to introduce our speaker, Professor Datuk Bibi Florina Abdullah. She is an influential nursing leader who has demonstrated outstanding leadership and innovation in all domains of nursing. She created history by achieving the number of firsts in Malaysia. She was the first recipient of the Nurse Leader Award and the Medal of Peace Award, and also the first director of Nursing Malaysia. Under her leadership, nursing in Malaysia had been taken to greater heights. She was responsible for professionalism of nursing from diploma to degree scheme in the government. Being a charismatic leader, she has made an invaluable contribution to nursing nationally and internationally. At the academic front, she holds a Master and Bachelor of Science majoring in Health Service Management from the University of Manchester, United Kingdom, diploma in Health Service Management from the Royal College of Nursing London, a diploma in Applied Nutrition from the University of Indonesia, Jakarta, and a certificate in Public Health Nursing. He is also a certified midwife and registered nurse. Dr. Bibi has received 2 honorary doctorates from the University of Northumbria, Newcastle, and John Morris Liverpool University, UK. Fluent in English and Bahasa Melayu. She has recently retired as the Registrar of the Nursing Board Malaysia, the Secretary to the Midwifery Board of Malaysia, and the Director of Nursing Malaysia. She is currently Pro-Chancellor or President of Lincoln University College. Dr. Bibi is also the Editor-in-Chief of the Malaysian Journal of Nursing, which is Malaysia's primary and only circulating broad-based nursing journal. Welcome, Datuk Bibi. The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamualaikum and good morning to all of you. Greetings from Malaysia, specifically from Lincoln University College. I'm so grateful that I'm being invited into this very important and prestigious seminar, and I'm very, very happy to be here, and especially among good friends from Indonesia and also speakers from other countries. So actually, for me, this is a sharing moment, and you know, especially during this unfortunate COVID time, the pandemic era. So actually, the topic given to me, basically challenges of transcultural nursing in pandemic area, which actually is really a challenge to speak so, because it affects the nurses and also nursing care. So basically, it is actually a challenge, you know, to speak on this subject. So this morning, we are looking at transcultural nursing in this pandemic area, and also the challenges of culturally congruent nursing care in the pandemic area. And of course, we look a little on the education, nursing education, what is the challenge that we'll be facing in this area. So are you going to help me with the screen, or I'm doing myself for the slide? Okay. Next. So next. So when we look at the challenges, we look at the whole of the whole world, and of course, when I look at Malaysia, it is not spared. You know, we are also, you know, suffering the same effect as the other countries. Okay, next one. Next, we talk about transcultural nursing concepts. Yeah, the concept here is actually basically what is transcultural nursing. So this is basically the study of the life ways and patterns of persons of various cultures, including their healthcare practices and nursing role in that culture. So when we have things like that, we need to see how do we address these problems, especially when we have people with different background. So basically, sometimes we need to do cultural imposition, where there's a situation where one culture forces their values and beliefs on another culture or subculture. And sometimes this is done not with reason or without reason, but basically it's also for a good cause. And in this also we have to prioritize the healthcare. So we need to strategize a healthcare where one is given the priority to access healthcare resources over the other. So basically, when we talk about transcultural nursing concept, okay, when we look at Leningrad, he says that, you know, transcultural nursing, we can summarize like nursing care can be in harmony, or we can harmonize nursing care into each individual cultural pattern. So if we can do that, we can harmonize nursing care into each and individual culture belief, then we can say that we can give a holistic nursing care to that patient. Next one. So what are the challenges? There are so many actually, but I just look at three main things on health equity, on telehealth, and also on public health infrastructure. Next one. So when we talk about health equity, COVID-19 has painfully exposed the risk associated with deepening health inequalities and possibility that vulnerable population may be more susceptible. So they are less prioritized. If you look at the death among all the countries in the world, it's mostly the vulnerable group, the elderly. And sometimes this is intentionally, but there are so many causative factors, maybe due to, you know, some country, even the existing health budget is not enough to, you know, for the common or the existing health problem, and more so when there is a COVID-19, especially in a large scale. So it is very difficult to give you know, nursing care or proper holistic medical or nursing care to this all the population across the board. So sometimes some of the vulnerable population, especially the elderly, are left out. So we nurses actually, we believe that the vulnerable population can contribute, you know, to the second wave of infection, as they do not have priority access to healthcare. So as much as we want to give a holistic medical or nursing care, we think that this is more important than the other, but when we don't treat the vulnerable group, they can be a source of infection, and it can rise to a second wave of infection after the first infection. So that is a challenge there. So when we the tackling of health equality at a national level, actually it's a challenge for every government, as the people remain to have less priority to access healthcare resources. Because some of the country, whether it is urban or it is rural, still it is very difficult to you know, to divide the budget. I think that is you know, what is facing most, especially the underdeveloped and the developing country. Is, you know, the developed country also faces problem, and more so in the underdeveloped country. So the hospital resources prioritize the rich and let the poor sacrifice. So this is sometimes we see that, you know, because the hospital bed is not enough, there's a shortage of staff. So sometimes, you know, not certain is the segregation, you know, of the population. Sometimes, you know, the poor can be prioritized, and the poor And the rich can be prioritized and get all the good health care, but the poor, it has to be sacrificed because it does not reach them. Maybe staying in the remote area, in most inaccessible area, unaccessible area. So that is actually, a very unfortunate incident. Next one. Next, please. Next one. Next slide. Can I have the next slide? Can I have the next slide, please? Who is handling the slide? The next slide. Can you all hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, can I have the next slide?
We hear.
Okay. The next challenge should be on telehealth. So the telehealth actually done by nurses was primarily a tool for ambulatory and post-acute stage, post-acute care. So for this one, the COVID-19 has put telehealth actually done by nurses to limit a patient at emergency room, basically to avoid crowd and contamination at the hospital. But once this telehealth has been monitored, potentially infected person, actually patient, the nurses require them to be quarantined or isolated at home, and they are not allowed to go to the hospital. But of course, you do not know what happened to them. You do not know what happened to them. Like some of the country, and even I know some places where there's not enough hospital beds. So those those who are not suffering too much, even though they have COVID-19, now we put them contain them in their own home, and we hope that we can contact them through telehealth. But then again, we really do not know actually what is the situation. We assume that they are okay, but we don't really say, and we just depend on what they are telling us. Because this is basically done because we need to reduce the burden in the hospital. But this telehealth also, as I said, there is a challenge in this because we need to have good internet connection, good communication and good line in order to reach the patient in the outbreaks, and also in order to give a good health education. So telehealth has a limitation on testing confirmed cases, of course, but only assume. So we cannot actually give the health insurance reform. So this one of the challenges that we have to look, because in here in Malaysia, actually we are using that, but then sometimes the internet connection is not so good. So we expect the patient actually to know. Of course, we do a lot of education through the social media. Hopefully that it will reach the outbacks, especially in the rural areas. Hopefully it will reach them, and they know the standard operating procedure which has been given to them. But sometimes we need to actually give, another plan like the telehealth. But as I said, sometimes there's a challenge in terms of we do not know exactly what they're doing. We are just assuming that, they follow whatever education that we're giving to them. Okay, the next one. Okay, so another challenge is the public health infrastructure. Actually, collaboration between public health initiative and healthcare delivery system will become even more interconnected, because we need to have actually more public health nurses in terms of caring the patient, to contain them at home, because we need to reduce the capacity of the hospital is already being full, is already full to the brim. So we need to reduce that burden. So basically, we need to collaborate with public health infrastructure, and the public health infrastructure, whereby it has to be holistic in terms of its treatment, and not only in terms of its treatment, but also in terms of the human resource, like the staffing. So the public health strategy is a right point of care treatment for the underlying causes of COVID-19 by using their homes and contain the spread of the infection. So what we have to do is basically to teach them, educate them, and you know what they are supposed to do and what they are not supposed to do with the standard operating procedure. I'm sure every country has a standard operating procedure or the SOP, and hopefully that they will follow this one and they stay at home to contain the spread of the COVID-19. So in this case, public health nurses should be more in demand than the hospital nurses, actually, in fact, both, to remain to quarantine at their own home and reduce hospital expenses and the use of health insurance. So in this case, we need to have more public health nurses. We need to strengthen our public health infrastructure. So it is very important because otherwise, you know, we cannot give proper holistic care. Okay, next one. Next, please. Okay. So, you know, now we are talking about transcultural nursing, transculturally congruent nursing care. So, you know, in order to ensure that there's a proper holistic nursing care to be given to the patient, so we need to look at all these challenges also. Okay. So when we talk about nursing, transcultural nursing, we look at transculturally congruent nursing care. So what is it all about actually? So when we talk about this congruent nursing care, we are looking at how you, in terms of preservation and maintenance, in terms of cultural care accommodation or negotiation. So in terms of cultural care, repatterning or restructuring. Next. Next one. Okay. So when we talk about preservation and maintenance, what is it all about? In this situation, we have to look at what we nurses can do and to preserve and maintain the cultural practice. As we say just now, transcultural practice, we say that, you know, nursing care has to be in harmony with the individual belief and culture. So if it has to be in harmony, so the nurses the nurses to do is to preserve and maintain the cultural practice of an individual family while receiving safe holistic care somewhere in the healthcare delivery system. So because not all cultural practices are harmful, okay? Some are harmless and some actually is in between, which we can adopt. So basically we need to preserve that. Otherwise, we will not be able to give the holistic nursing care because there will be element of resistance. So what we have to do, the nurses has actually to be alert or sensitive to the area, with the surrounding and to the culture of each races especially. So just like in Indonesia, also in Malaysia and maybe all parts of the world, in every corner of our country, we have different, you know, even though we are all like Malaysian, we are all Indonesian, but because of the ethnicity, sometimes, okay, not only sometimes, it is actually, we have our own culture, value and belief, which we ourselves respect, and we expect other people to respect it as well. So when we impose, we talk about imposition of culture earlier on, when we impose our nursing care, we have to look into it so that it can be received by the patient according to what they feel. So basically, the risk of acquiring COVID-19 as a care provider is very significant here because they don't really understand, they do not know about the nature of the contagious nature of the disease. So this is very significant. How are you going to do, for example, social distancing? How do you do that in the house? How do you quarantine the patient, especially from the family? How do you quarantine the baby from the mother? No, so these are it is a real challenge here. So we really need to look at it, case per case. Next one, yeah. So we talk about congruent, transculturally congruent in nursing care. We talk about cultural care and accommodation in negotiation, where we look at how we nurses can do to accommodate the patient and negotiate with the patient within the healthcare environment in order to provide culturally congruent care while he or she is in the healthcare delivery system. Basically, we have culture, like for example, we have our, cultural rights, we have weddings, we have parties, and we have all sorts of things. Now, how are you going to accommodate this patient so that, in time like this, the culture, for example, this is certain culture whereby maybe after the delivery of the baby, after the baby is born, maybe there's certain rights which like if the mother is infected, so how do you omit that right? So basically, we need to negotiate with the patient. That is why we need to negotiate and how do they accommodate with your reasoning and how do you meet with their cultural belief. So this is actually a real challenge because we need, especially if you are handling the elderly people in the village, we really need to make sure that they believe in what you have said to them or you have told them, so that they can follow whatever you say. If you don't gain their trust, you don't get, they will not believe you. So you fail in your nursing care. So nurses are required actually, in fact, to return to the bedside to provide care for COVID-19 infected patient. Yes, you are required to do that. You have to be there, but you have to know how do you protect yourself as well, and not from the patient and also the patient from you. So basically, these are some of the things that nurses need to see. Okay, next one. So the next issue here is cultural care, repatterning and restructuring. Actually, this term comes up where we have to look at what, as nurses, we need to do with the patient and also the family to repattern or restructure their lifestyle in order to promote healing and wellness. And it's always being coincident with the culture of the influences that affect what we do and what they can do, what they do and what they do in their life experience. So having identified, for example, if you go to a family, having identified their culture and belief, all right. Now, if you think that their culture and belief is not according to what to our SOP, so how do we repattern or restructure the family? And as I say, you have to gain their respect so that they trust you and believe in you, and you have to sit down together with them and say, this is the best way, and this way is not, according to the standard operating procedure, and this way is good or this way is not good. So you really have to sit down, and after they have actually you have gained their respect and gained their trust, then you can sit down together with them and to repattern and to restructure their lifestyle in order for you to promote an effective healing and also effective wellness, especially in terms of nursing care. So the rising tension in the hospital, like in the nursing, is palpable as they convince patients and their families to repattern or restructure their lifeways and to stop the spread of infection. Why the rising tension? Because we are not exactly maybe an expert, in terms of counseling them, in terms of talking to them. So of course, it is felt among the nurses, especially when there are so many cases and you can't really be spending on one patient alone. So basically, you have to talk to a group of patients, which we are not even sure whether they have they have acquired or whatever you're telling them. So that is another challenge for you. And of course, the rising tension is because you yourself are also vulnerable. You yourself can be infected at any time, but at the same time, as I said earlier, you need to be by the bedside of the patient, which actually is a challenge for you and also a challenge for the patient. So, but as a nurse, you still, whatever happens, in whatever situation, we have an oath that we need to care for the patient, and not only to care for the patient, but we need to give a holistic care to the patient, and it has to be effective in a sense that they follow what you say, so that the outcome of your care is good. All right. Next. Okay. So we talk about culturally congruent nursing care. So this is the factors. What are the factors that might affect your culturally unique in your nursing care? As I said, culturally unique individual. Every individual is unique in its own style. So when we talk, there are so many factors. For example, you are giving health education, and in terms of communication, okay. So you do not know whether they actually have listened to you, because they can be listening, but whether it has it has been registered in their mind. So basically, you need to have a very clear or a clarity in communication, so that you as the giver and your patient as a receiver will understand what actually you are trying to impart, or what actually you try to disseminate in your health education. Okay, and then how the patient react to your conversation, to your advice. All right, so this you have to look when you talk or you speak to them in the process of giving health education. You have to see how the reaction of the patient towards you, because if he doesn't or she doesn't react positively, then basically you fail in your advice. Then you come to the space. Okay, this is basically the space is the area, the area who are influencing them actually. I know the surrounding area. Is it a conducive area? Is it a very crowded area? Or is it, as I said, conducive area, so that you can, for you to impart your education. So these are some of the things that will, actually influences the care, the value of care that you are giving. Okay, so in terms of social organization, this is another factor which may affect, your affect is a challenge. When you talk about a social organization, you talk about the family, who are the people around them, are they elder, is there the presence of elderly who actually has a very strong cultural belief and difficult for you to enter into his space. Maybe he doesn't believe in all these things. He doesn't believe in social distancing. He doesn't believe in this contagious thing. Maybe he also doesn't believe that, or he believes that these are caused by, devils or witchcraft or whatever. So this is another challenge for you. So the social, organization that surrounds the patient is very important for you before, because this may hinder your dissemination of education. And the next one will be the time. Some people don't keep to the time in terms of punctuality of taking the medicine, so in terms of punctuality or subscribing to, to your referral to the hospital. So these are also, will affect your nursing care. So in terms of environmental control, is your ability to control the factors that may affect either scientifically or traditionally. Okay, so these are some of the factors, because environmentally control is basically the surrounding, where he is. Can it be controlled that maybe he's in the remote area, he couldn't come? The accessibility of your, healthcare, does it reach them? So this also will affect, because you can say anything you like, but if he is in a remote area and his healthcare is not accessible to that patient, so we fail. So how do we go about ensuring that whatever you want to give reach the patient? So we have this also. Another one is a biological variation, is the knowledge of growth of the development that influences nursing care. So what are the biological variation around, so that will influence your nursing care, so that you can give your nursing care in a holistic way. All right. So see, these are some of the factors which I thought I just like to tell you that will influence the nursing care that you are giving. Next one. So we've been talking about the services, those payment services, but we being an academic institution, okay, and we are also looking at the academic side, okay. So basically, in terms of nursing education, ethically, we have to consider weighing the value of education against the risk and strength to the learner personally and professionally, especially in pandemic area. And I'm so happy that you have come actually to the to hold these conferences basically through a seminar. So through a seminar where we don't have to come and look at each other. So basically, it can be done. All right, it can be done that we can share knowledge. So it's also through the internet, through the webinar, to any of the social social media, internet, where we can actually share. So in terms of nursing education, the COVID-19 does not stop us from learning, basically. So we are still now, an example, we can learn. You can also do your master, your PhD in spite of this condition through online. And then we will try, because when we are in a condition like that, we will try our best to ensure the effectiveness of the online learning without compromising the quality of the education. So even though it's still online, but how do we ensure that you don't compromise quality, you don't compromise the number of credit hours for each subject. So these are some of the challenge, but we can do it. And then one of them, I think, is this one. So I would like to congratulate the organizer for this. So the student actually often travel hundreds and sometimes thousands of kilometers from their home province to come to study. For example, some come to Lincoln University College. So what we do actually in here, we also ensure that education can reach them. All right, next one. So in transcultural nursing education, we talk about online distance learning. Okay, we become very smart. All right, you have COVID-19. We will do this. And of course, it has to come with virtual reality and virtual library. So it has to be supported by this. And even at this point in time, we are also using all virtual library, trying to get in where it is in the world, the best in the world, we try to connect ourselves. And also, of course, in terms of information technology. So these are three of the things that we need to actually look when we are talking about nursing education in the pandemic area. Okay, next one. So on the online distance learning, transculturally, it is very effective in revising the way of life actually. So we need to have a paradigm shift. We need to take, we need to repattern actually and restructuring the way we study. How do we do this, through the online. And of course, the nurses, both full-time or part-time students, can also learn. Actually, to a certain extent, it has its advantages because you can be working and at the same time, you can do, an online degree, for example, whereby it can be tailor-made according to your time, so that you can have access to the knowledge, to the syllabus, or to whatever is being taught, and then you can complete whatever program that you're taking. So basically, online distance learning, it can also upgrade and you can become well educated as well in spite of this pandemic area. Okay, next one. So virtual reality and virtual reality actually in the transcultural nursing, it shifted from hands-on patient care to hands to using virtual reality. Now, in England, we have this, we call it the cyber anatomy for the medical student. So it is basically a very intensive, looking at all the details in the human body. So we have things like that also. So basically from the hands-on hands care to the patient, we are using virtual reality. Of course, it is not the same as going to the patient, but we can study most of it in the classroom using a virtual library or cyber anatomy for any of the medical student, before you actually touch the patient. Of course, you can go and touch the patient with all the standard operating procedure in terms of touching of patient, in terms of medical or nursing care. So all highly equipped academic nursing programs invested on virtual hospital software program. So when it comes like that, this is actually another challenge because you need to strengthen, and then you need to strengthen and invest, which means there is an element of finance there to ensure that the academic or the hospital software program is actually up to date, and is not only up to date, it is reliable. At any time, there's no breakdown in communication. So meaning the line has to be very, very good, and there must be an element of investment there. So the responses from parents highlight a central issue in removing students from clinical, the academic institution concerned about the risk to the amateur student, and the student willingness to take the risk if it means completion of the program. So basically in here, it means that if the student is at all, wanted to study, so both parents and the student will actually, go towards it. There must be a willingness, to study through online. If he or she wants to upgrade themselves. All right. Next one. So in terms of information technology, transcultural changes in using social media to communicate with the student nurses. All right. And then in technological handphone, discussion forum as a WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram messaging, or telegram messaging, the like. The students have shared insightful, articulate, and honest thought on art and science nursing. Actually, we are doing part-time on this, and then I find that it is quite reliable, because we have this group who are sharing, and is sharing knowledge, and actually it is very, very convenient, because it is very fast. So to an extent, in spite of the challenge of strengthening it in terms of making it good, making it reliable, and you have to invest on it. But the advantage is that it can give you a very fast and convenient way of studying. And even before direct clinical exposure, these nursing students are learning about the roles and responsibility of the registered nurse. When you do it properly, if you are to use in a skeleton or things like that, you can also teach them properly like you are teaching in the classroom. But the only thing, as I said, you must have a very good, internet connection, and of course the information that you have stored. That is why we call it information technology, because you see all this data that you have to change it into information so that you can teach the student. Yeah, basically you have to upload your nursing notes into your system so that you can teach online in a most convenient way. Okay, next one. So on the way forward, amid the panic and crisis, it is challenging to continue planning for an uncertain future. We do not know actually when the pandemic will end. So but for this uncertain future, we need to plan. Because for example, care has to be there. Whatever happened, the care has to be there. So we need to plan how do we manage this care in this situation. So COVID-19 is an ongoing crisis. It is a real-time lesson in equity. In terms of equity, how do you ensure that everybody get the healthcare that is their rights actually? And in terms of your leadership, how do you manage your SOP? How do you manage your staff? And how do you motivate your staff in terms of, especially in a pandemic area, especially when there is a scarce in resources in the remote islands, in the most inaccessible area. So how do you do as a leader? So your leadership style here is actually challenged, really very much challenged. How do you stay calm in a situation like this? How do you discharge social justice, that everybody has, is also has the right to all the care that you have given. And in terms of ethics, are you going to ignore the vulnerable group, or are you going to give everybody the care? And how do you do that, especially when you have scarce resources? And also in terms of patient care. Patient care in terms of the nurses, yeah. So this pandemic will forever shift the transcultural nursing landscape. Basically, it will shift, as I said. You need, if I have to read Leningrad, I have to understand Leningrad's theory. Basically, transcultural nursing, the nursing has to be in harmony with the cultural belief, and also the culture of the individual, the belief and culture of the individual. So this is a shift, basically, how you are going to do that. So there is a change in the landscape in nursing. So, okay. So before I end, I just say, since I'm from Lincoln University College, actually we have actually initiated this. The next one. Next slide, please. So we have accepted that transcultural changes in terms of education. We have started the online distance learning. We have done the online board meetings. We have done telemarketing, online seminar, technological discussion forums. We also, ensure that virtual realities are, it's there. And of course, in terms of social and physical distancing, just in case the students want to come to have a face-to-face with us. And of course, we are practicing, quarantine or work at home. So we even if you go to the university, it will be not too many. So maybe the most is about 5 or 10 lecturers there. And also we practice the SOP. So basically, we have actually, listened or subscribed to all the SOP of the government. But in spite of these challenges, we in Lincoln actually we move forward and ensuring that education is also accessible to everyone in spite of the situation that we are in. All right, next. So basically, that is what I have, actually shared with you this morning. So hopefully that, we can learn from each other. So thank you again.
To PP, thanks for the wonderful sharing. Please give the virtual applause for Datuk PP. Thank you very much. We will continue to the second speaker. Our second speaker is Sir Alan Paulo Blaguera, RN, MSNC. He got his bachelor degree from University of the Philippines, Manila College of Nursing 27 until 2011. And his score was one of the highest there. Currently, he is a student. He continued his master's degree in St. Paul University until January 2021. And as a faculty member at School of Nursing and Allied Health Science of the St. Paul University, Philippines. Strangely, trained in staff and critical care nursing, device experience in lecturing different types of audience. He interested in curriculum development and leadership. He is very young, but he has many experiences in nursing. He would like to present for the topic Asian Perspective in Transcultural Nursing in Pandemic Era. Now, please, Mr. Alan Paulo Blaguera, the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good morning.
I would like to share my screen. So while waiting, I would like to take this opportunity to say my thank you to STIKes Panti Rapih for inviting me for this webinar. I think the screen sharing is disabled. Can I share my screen? Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, so again, good morning, everyone. I am Alan Paulo Blaquera, a faculty member of the School of Nursing and Allied Health Sciences from St. Paul University, Philippines. For this portion of the webinar, I will be sharing to you the ASEAN perspective in transcultural nursing in the pandemic era. So the year 2020 was designated by the WHO, or the World Health Organization, as the year of the nurse and midwife, in honor of Florence Nightingale's 200th birth anniversary. On March 2020, the WHO also declared COVID-19 as a pandemic. Nurses, as the largest component of healthcare workers, are at the forefront of this health crisis. The compassion and bravery of nurses in fighting COVID-19 clearly demonstrates the value of nurses. So it's time to recognize the critical contribution of nurses and midwives make to global health. Here are my discussion points for today. First is transcultural nursing model in the context of the ASEAN nurses. Next is the nurses of ASEAN and the state of nurses in the pandemic era. So some of these slides were already discussed or explained by Dr. Haja a while ago, but I will use these slides in the context of the ASEAN nurse. Okay, so first is transcultural nursing. So this is just a brief overview of the transcultural nursing model. So we can contextualize it in the discussion in the next slides. Madeline Leininger is the founder of transcultural nursing movement in education, research, and practice. So in 1995, in her papers, she said that transcultural nursing is focused on comparative cultural care or caring values, beliefs, and practices of individuals or groups of similar or different cultures with the goal of providing culture-specific and universal care. So the goal of transcultural nursing is to provide culturally congruent care. Culturally congruent care is the care that fits the culture. Fitting in the sense that the nursing actions are meaningful, they are sensitive and useful for the people. Here is Leininger's Sunrise Enabler to discover culture care. I would like you to focus on, let me use my laser pointer. Okay, on these. So culture care, preservation, accommodation, and repatterning. So most of this were already discussed by the previous speaker, but I would like to contextualize it in the ASEAN perspective. So cultural care preservation refers to nursing care activities that retain and use core cultural care values. Cultural care accommodation or negotiation refers to creative nursing actions that adapt or negotiate with others in the healthcare community. Cultural Cultural care repatterning or restructuring refers to therapeutic actions taken by the culturally competent nurse or family that enable or assist a client to modify personal health behaviors toward beneficial outcomes. So the keywords here are to retain, adapt, and modify. So the theory of culture care, diversity, and universality. This is also termed as culture care theory or CCT. The purpose of CCT is to help researchers and clinicians discover, document, know, and explain the interdependence of care and cultural phenomena while noting the differences and similarities between and among cultures. So let me go back to the previous slide that Leininger's Sunrise Enabler model has a lot of factors that contribute for nurses to provide a culturally congruent care. We will discover all of these factors later in the later slides in the context of the ASEAN nurse. So how can nurses provide a culturally congruent care? What are the specific nursing actions? This is the access model for transcultural nursing by Narayanasamy. Assessment, communication, cultural negotiation, and compromise. So it's like the nursing process, but they contextualized it into transcultural nursing. So, assessment, the focus is on cultural aspects of clients' lifestyle, health beliefs, and health practices. So, in communication, the nurses must be aware of variations in verbal and non-verbal responses. This is very important, especially in the ASEAN context, because the ASEAN countries are very diverse in terms of language. Cultural negotiation and compromise, the nurse becomes more aware of aspects of other people's culture as well as understanding clients' views and explaining their problems. establishing respect and rapport, sensitivity, and safety. We will discuss more of this in the later slides. So that is just a brief background or contextualization of transcultural nursing in the ASEAN perspective. Now, let's look at the ASEAN nurse. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations is an intergovernmental association of countries in the Southeast Asia. The organization facilitates economic, political, security, military, educational, and socio-cultural integration among its members and other countries in Asia. So currently, there are 10 ASEAN member states, or AMS. Timor-Leste, I think, is still an observer, and they are in their application towards being a member of the ASEAN. Here are selected indicators of nursing workforce among ASEAN members. This is from Effendi et al. In 2018. So listed here are the countries and then the number of nursing personnel. So the WHO threshold is that there should be 2.28 doctors, nurses, and midwives per population of 1,000. Okay. So if you look at the green checks over here, these are the countries that fulfill the 2.28 threshold set by the World Health Organization. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10 countries only fulfilled that threshold, with Singapore as the highest with 8 or Brunei with 9.23. The ASEAN average is 2.62. Okay, but if we look closely later, there are still issues of understaffing among nurses, especially here in the Philippines, even though we have surpassed the 2.28 threshold set by the WHO. Now, I would like to share to you the state of the world's nursing Okay, so the state of the world's nursing in 2020. This is a publication by the World Health Organization. Here is a density of nursing personnel per 10,000 population in 2018. So for those with red or red shading for the countries, there are less than 10 per 10,000 personnel. So the nursing personnel are not adequate to address the nursing personnel need for that country. So if we focus on Southeast Asia, there are a lot of reds and oranges. So the world does not have a global nursing workforce commensurate with the universal health coverage and sustainable development goal targets. This is according to WHO. An alarming statistics is that there is a shortage of 5.3 million nurses globally, with the greatest gaps in Africa, Southeast Asia, Eastern Mediterranean regions, and Latin America. So what could be the issues here? A large factor in nursing personnel inadequacy is migration of nurses, especially from the Southeast Asia. In the health workforce, nurses are active players in international migration. In ASEAN, the international migration of nurses is led by the Philippines. It means that there is a very high migration among nurses in the Philippines, even though that there is understaffing in the hospitals. Southeast Asia. Okay, so what could be the causes of migration among nurses? There are pull factors. Pull factors are the factors that attract nurses towards a country. So these are the reasons why nurses emigrate to a country. So a country could offer better salary, better working conditions, professional and career development opportunities, international recruitment, safety, technology, and stable socio-political environment. The push factors are the characteristics of their home country. So they're the opposite of the pull factor. So there's lower salary, limited career opportunities, poor working environments, unstable political environments, and lack of health and safety. I believe if we could address Okay. So I believe if we could address these push factors among ASEAN countries, we could address the 5.3 million lack of nurses among or globally. What are the characteristics of ASEAN society? The ASEAN society has a diverse health systems, disease burdens, population, and health transitions and language. Now, I'm posting this question for everyone. How can we develop culturally competent Southeast Asian nurses for the ASEAN citizens? So, the solution really is to address the inadequacy of nurses among ASEAN nations is to develop a cross-border harmonization. Okay? It means that we are culturally congruent, that we can apply our education from our home country and apply it to the rest of the ASEAN countries. We may have to examine the nursing education among ASEAN countries. So this is a comparison of nursing licensure examination among ASEAN member states. So if we focus, these are the countries and the professional nursing regulatory authorities of the different countries. I would like you to focus on the language of the examination. From this part alone, we can see that ASEAN countries are very diverse in terms of language. Okay, so for example, in Indonesia, the language of examination is in Bahasa Indonesia. It's Thai in Thailand, English in Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia. And then in Myanmar, it's Burmese, and in Cambodia, it's Khmer. Also, the duration of nursing courses vary among the ASEAN countries. So, for example, in the Philippines, it's around 4 to 5 years, depending on the university. In Indonesia, they also have a different way of, or different curriculum in terms of their separating their clinical experience at the end of their nursing education. Okay, so there is an ASEAN Joint Coordinating Committee on Nursing, or AJCCN. They can be tasked to create a mutually agreed upon examination and registration among ASEAN nurses. So if there will be an examination unique to the ASEAN, where ASEAN nurses can take and then they can practice to different ASEAN countries, then that could address the lack of nursing personnel among Southeast Asian nations. The goal here again is cross-border harmonization. It means that Southeast Asian nurses can provide a culturally congruent care to all ASEAN member states. Now, let's discuss the state of nurses in the pandemic era. So the ASEAN Summit was just concluded, I think, last week. So this is a part of their report, the ASEAN Strategic Framework for Public Health Emergencies. So the ASEAN region has been affected by epidemics and public health emergencies such as the severe acute respiratory syndrome in 2003, the avian influenza or the AH5N1, and the new influenza AH1N1 pandemic in the 2000s. Middle East Respiratory Syndrome in 2012, the Zika virus disease in 2015 to 2016, and most recently the 2019 coronavirus disease or the COVID-19. So the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in an unprecedented disruption to economy, livelihoods, and strain to health systems. So this strategic framework is intended to enhance ASEAN's preparedness, detection, response, and resilience to public health emergencies. It aims to strengthen ASEAN's cooperation in enhancing regional health and security. So this is the framework based on this publication by the ASEAN. So there is a national coordination and regional coordination. The goal of this is to increase communication and response among ASEAN teamwork among ASEAN countries. But if we look deeper, hello? Okay, so if we look deeper into this framework, the foundation really of this are the healthcare workers, in which nurses are a big part of those team of healthcare workers. So how does ASEAN, the organization, intend to apply this framework? It's through capacity building. So the framework intends to improve the health system capacity. So primary care will be highlighted in regional capacitation programs. Clinical management for emerging and re-emerging disease will be part of training for physicians and other healthcare workers. So you see the critical role of nurses in this framework. So during emergencies, the health system in ASEAN member states will have the capacity to maintain the provision of essential healthcare services with a minimum standard of care. Second is readiness, to improve the readiness of health service facilities. There will be a system in place to ensure that all ASEAN member states facilities are able to implement infection and control procedures. Third is health human resource training. I highlighted this because this is where nurses will be of critical role. Capacitate ASEAN member states to conduct risk communication through a targeted approach, identifying key groups in the community sensitive to cultural differences among ASEAN member states. So this is a very good update from the previously or the recently concluded ASEAN Summit, chaired by Vietnam. Here's another document from the International Council of Nurses. This is protecting nurses from COVID-19, which is a top priority. This is a survey of ICN's national nursing associations from their member countries. This was published in September 2020. Here are the key findings, and I believe some of this will be alarming for everyone, or to some of us. First, on the average, 10% of all confirmed cases of COVID-19 infections are among healthcare workers, with a range of 1 to 32%. So the data in healthcare infection and death are not recorded systematically in many countries. It is also challenging to obtain the data on healthcare worker infections and deaths with a breakdown by occupation. So since nurses comprise a large portion of healthcare workers, we can assume that these 10%, most of this will be nurses. This is unfortunate for all healthcare workers. Second, more than 1,000 nurses have died from COVID-19 in 44 countries. So there is a need to strengthen infection control and provision of personal protective equipment and training among nurses. Next, only 48% of the national nursing associations report that COVID-19 is recognized as an occupational disease for healthcare workers. So some countries might still be in denial that COVID-19 is a serious issue and concern. Approximately 45 of the national nursing associations report that compensation is available from the government for healthcare workers infected with COVID-19 following exposure in the workplace. So this is good news, but we would like to extend the coverage of compensation to 100 or to all nurses around the world. More than 70% of NNAs have received reports of incidents of violence or discrimination against frontline health workers due to COVID-19. Personally, I have friends who are nurses in the COVID wards who are discriminated. So it's an issue that can be felt not only in ASEAN countries but globally. %60 of NNAs have sometimes or regularly received reports of mental health distress from nurses in COVID-19 response. So the task here is for governments to address the need for mental health training or interventions among nurses, because if the largest group of healthcare workers breaks down, or there will be inadequacy or lack of nurses who are mentally fit to combat COVID-19, then the health system of a country or ASEAN can break down. 80% of NNAs state that guidelines and recommendations for healthcare workers testing for COVID-19 are available in their countries. So we still need to address the other 20%. Only 56% of the NNA state that formal infection prevention and control training or refresher courses on PPE use for airborne transmitted infections were provided to nurses in the last 6 months. So there is really a need to address this. So maybe the academe can intervene and help the government in addressing the training of nurses who are in the hospital. So all of these problems may be addressed. So let me go back to the previous framework through the ASEAN framework of coordination and communication among ASEAN countries. This is also true through capacity building. And we may eventually address the migration among nurses. So here is a news from nbcnews.com. This is quite alarming. As of August 24, at least 193 registered nurses in the US have died of COVID-19 and related complications. Of those, about 30% were Filipinos. So I really don't have a data among Southeast Asian nurses in the US. But according to National Nurses United, Filipinos account only 4% of registered nurses across the US. So how do we examine these numbers? There is a disproportion of staffing among non-Caucasian nurses in the US. And this problem could be a reflection of not only in the US, but for other countries as well. So if Filipinos account for only 4% of nurses in the US, then the COVID-19 infection should among Filipinos should also be 4% if the staffing are proportionately done. Okay, so this could be, there are a lot of assumptions that we can give into this data. First is that there is still racism in the US among healthcare workers because they, with a 30% of infection rate among among nurses in the US, so they they pull staff, or Filipinos are being brought to COVID wards. Okay, they are staffed in the COVID wards. Second assumption is that they could, or the nurses in the US could think of Asian nurses or Southeast Asian nurses to be highly skilled, so they put them in the COVID wards or in the COVID centers. So there are a lot of assumptions, and this could be a topic for research also. So to summarize my talk for today, let's go back to Leininger's transcultural nursing model. Let's contextualize it into the ASEAN. We have discussed the characteristics of the ASEAN nurse. So these are all the factors affecting the nurses and the clients in providing a culturally congruent care. So the characteristics of the ASEAN nurse, biological factors is the COVID-19, political and legal factors addressed by the ASEAN, economic factors influenced by migration, and educational factors is cross-border harmonization of the BS nursing curriculum and the national or the nursing licensure examination among Southeast Asian nations. So there are really a lot of factors that influence the ASEAN nurse in providing a culturally congruent care. So it's not only the education, but it's also highly political. So in the Philippines, we say that the Filipino nurses are the best for the Filipinos and the choice of the world. Today, I would like to extend that that ASEAN nurses are the best for ASEAN citizens and the choice of the world. These are my references for today. So thank you so much for listening. You may reach me through my email address, and terima kasih Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your interesting presentation, Sir Alan. Please give the big virtual applause for Sir Alan. Thank you very much. Now, the two speakers have finished their presentation. I'm sure that everyone wants to discuss more about the topic. So, this is time for participants who has some questions. You can type down your question in chat box in the Zoom room or the YouTube channel. Oh, there are many questions here. I will choose the questions. The first question from the YouTube for Ade Sulestia. This is a question for Datu. Permission to ask. In transcultural nursing, of course, there are effective forms of communication with clients, but sometimes there are some obstacles in the communication. The question is, what are the specific trigger factors that often cause nurses to fail to communicate with patient even though the nurse has applied it therapeutic communication. Thank you. Please, Datuk Bibi, to answer the questions. Datuk Bibi, are you here?
Okay.
Datuk?
Hello. Okay, sorry, I'm just fidgeting my computer. Okay. Basically, what are the hindrances? What are the or obstruction that that can occur to the nurse when he's giving health education or something like that? Is it like this? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you can hear me, right? What are the obstruction that can hinder the nurse in giving education to the patient? Is that like that? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. To communicate, even though the nurses has applied therapeutic communications. Yes.
Okay. So there is a breakdown in communication. So when you look at communication, and especially in terms of culture, okay. Now there are two things you have to see here: the nurse factor and also the patient factor. So in terms of communication, as I said, there must be a clarity in communication. So when we talk about clarity in communication, it's not only that how clear or you can hear in terms of you can hear, but your explanation to the patient, especially when this patient has a very strong embedded culture and belief. Okay, so even though the nurse has followed the standard operating procedure in talking to or speaking to the patient, all right, but of course the nurse has reached the goal or the objective of having spoken to the patient, but the impact of that health education is yet to know. So we only come to know when the education that the nurse has given to the patient is being practiced. So now, if at all the patient is not complying or not following, we have to look at ourselves. Okay, as I said earlier, do we understand the culture? Okay, because we need, as Leningrad said, you need to harmonize in their culture and their belief. Did we fail in that? We have to look at ourselves. We need to review our process of education. We cannot say that when you have delivered the education, it doesn't mean that you have actually changed the behavior or changed the belief, because we are just simply speaking. Okay, so we have to look at ourselves, number one. Number two, we have to look at the receiver. Okay, where is the situation? When you look at the culturally congruent nursing care, we talk about space, we talk about the social environment, okay, the biological environment. So you have to look at that. Maybe that is the hindrance. So having addressed that, then only you can impart your knowledge, because I'm public health myself, So basically my lesson learned or the experience that I have, even though I have given the knowledge, but then the attitude is not changed and it is not being practiced because there is some hindrances. So we cannot take it for granted that we know because we are nurses. So you need to review yourself. It is easy to review yourself, number one. Then you review your condition of your patient, the condition, her own belief, and then the surrounding, and how whether the patient really trusts you or not. Did you manage to command the respect from this patient? So basically, this is some of the hindrance that we have to see, because you see, in public health, it's very simple. If the patient does not follow you, it means you are not effective. That's it. You are not effective at all. Because the patient doesn't follow what you say, and you can say the patient is stubborn. That shouldn't be, which means that if the patient is not changed, there's no change in the mindset, especially in terms of harmful practices. It means we are not effective. So we have to look at ourselves. What is, are we skillful enough? Are we educated enough in this term, in this situation? Even though maybe we have a master, we have a PhD, but maybe we are not sensitive, to the patient belief and culture. So we have to look at yourself and then only look at the patient surrounding. And I'm sure to a certain extent, the patient will follow, especially when the outcome of the non-compliance from the patient is harmful. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you, Datu. We will go to the next question. The second question to Sir Alan. The question is, if we compare the proportion the Filipino nurse that died because COVID-19 in USA is more significant compared with another nurse in USA. Is the fact Filipino nurse have high risk condition among care the patient? May I have your comment? Thank you. Please, Sir Alan, to answer this question.
I didn't quite hear the last part of the question. Kindly repeat. Thank you.
Okay. If we compare the proportion the Filipino nurse that died because COVID-19 in USA is more significant compared with another nurse in USA. Is the fact Filipino nurse have high risk condition among care the patient? May I have your comment? Thank you.
So is the Filipino nurse have high risk condition among care of the patient? Okay, so there are a lot of factors that can cause COVID infection. So first is biological, the innate nurses. So as I've said a while ago, there are a lot of assumptions that we can do or we can give to the high percentage of Filipino nurses who are infected by COVID in the US. So first is there is the biological factor. So nurses in the US or in the Filipino nurses in the US may have comorbidities also that subject them as high risk for COVID-19. Second is poor staffing or disproportionate staffing among different races in the US. Third is the provision of personal protective equipment and training. So to assume that nurses are in a high risk condition, Filipino nurses are in a high risk condition is acceptable. It could be assumed also in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question for Datuk PP from Desi Abdullah from Padang. The question is, I want to know how the role of guide standard of nurses in carrying out holistic therapy in patients during the pandemic era. Datuk PP, are you clear the question?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the question. Basically, when you talk about pandemic, there's a wide spread of incidences, the whole wide, and of course we are affected. Basically, it's a crisis intervention for the nurse. All right, it's a crisis intervention, and which not only nurses has to be aware of, but also the other healthcare. But for the nurses, when there's a crisis intervention, basically as a nurse leader, you need to assess the skill of those staff under you who are going to do the nursing care for the patient who is infected by the COVID-19. Okay, so the main question, the main issue here, you need to emphasize on patient care and patient safety and your safety as well. So there are two issues very important here. Your safety, because this is a contagious case, and the patient safety as well, because you don't want the patient to get complication. You want the patient to get well. So when you talk about patient safety and your safety, you are talking about the infection control program in your hospital or in your area. So your infection control program has to be strengthened, because that is the most important actually issue in any hospital, the infection control. Okay, so it has to be very, very emphasized. Because this is the tool which will prevent you from getting the infection yourself. Okay, so you know very well in the infection control, in this case, of course, the PP is very, very important. You need to ensure that there is a standard operating procedure. So the standard operating procedure for any COVID or any crisis intervention, especially in terms of infection control, you need to have the personal protective equipment, or you call it the PPE. And of course, there is a social distancing. So how do you nurse the patient? So there is an SOP. In the SOP or the standard operating procedure for any nursing standard for any nurses to follow, the PPE has to be there. You need to practice physical distancing. Of course, the wearing of mask at all times, and that mask has to be clean, has to be changed, and you are not supposed to touch up every now and then. Of course, you have to keep the room well ventilated. You know, I'm just reading some of the, I'm just thinking, telling you some of the recapturing what is in the SOP for the COVID-19. You need to keep the well ventilated, because you know very well this is a viral infection. So you need to have well ventilated room with very good air space, and of course avoiding of crowds. Okay, that is one of the procedure. And your hands have to be cleansed, which we have always taken for granted that we don't clean our hand properly. And of course you need to remember you have to cough at your elbow or on the tissue. And of course must have a well-balanced diet. So these are some of the standard operating procedure. So the role of the nurse is basically, it's not only for nursing, it's that the hospital or the public health setup, they have all these SOP for the nurses to follow, and then and at the same time you have to be, as I said, in your mind, it's all about patient safety and your safety. Okay.
Thank you, Datu. The next question from Arimbi Karunia S3 and Nadia Purnama Dewi, almost same question. The question is, what are various telenursing in middle pandemic, and what other innovations during the pandemic and that continue after pandemic? This question from to Datu.
What are the innovation during in terms of nursing care? Is that?
Yes.
What are the innovation? Sorry, can you read again?
What are various telenursing in middle pandemic, and what other innovations during the pandemic that continue after pandemic?
Yes. So basically, anything about pandemic, anything about nursing care. So what are the innovation? As I said, if at all we are going to nurse the nurse the patient, number one, we don't want to touch again on the infection control. I have already explained just now. The SOP has to be strengthened, whether it is a pre-pandemic or during or after, it has to be there. Okay. Number one, there is a paradigm shift in the nurse's mind. We cannot take things for granted. You really need to see properly how are you going to deliver that nursing, the holistic nursing care for the patient. As we said in this topic, that we also need to change, not to say to change, to understand and to be alert of their cultural value. Because in this area, you just imagine you need to be isolated. You need to have all this social distancing. So for the patient who is from the rural areas, they don't understand this thing. They don't understand why they have to be, to be separated. So these are some of the things that, the innovation. What are the innovation you have? Basically, how to understand this patient. How you go about. Maybe if they don't believe in you, maybe you have to take some influential people somewhere to go and talk to this patient, so that the patient will understand. So these are some of your ideas, you get somebody to talk to the patient, and at the same time, try to innovate, or any of the, for example, I tell you, like PPE, sometimes it is not enough. So you can innovate by doing it yourself, for example. So, the most important thing, as I said, is to, to emphasize on the patient safety and your safety. Okay.
Thank you very much, Datu, for your answer. Next, the question to Sir Alan from Francisca Septia from Indonesia. The question is, I want to ask a question. Is it possible for nurses to keep social distance from every patient, including patient confirmed to have COVID-19? If not possible, how can they prevent being infected, because they have higher risk of being infected and spreading it to their families and everyone? Sir Alan, are you clear for the question?
Yes, it's clear. So I would like to share what has been practiced here in the Philippines. So nurses in my city are quarantined for a whole week if they are um, caring for COVID patients. So they have a duty for 1 week. Okay, and then during that duty, there is really a limited time for patient contact. So they only go to these patients during vital signs or during medication. So in applying comfort measures, um, we should think or reassess the risk versus the benefit of providing comfort measures like bed bath, etc. The fundamental nursing procedures that we should be doing if COVID is not here. So patient contact is really limited. Again, we need to reassess the risk and benefits of providing the risk of contracting COVID and the benefit of comfort measures. I think that providing comfort measures for now can be done through communication or during that limited patient contact during vital signs or giving medications, etc., or doing essential nursing procedures like providing or inserting an IV line, etc. So that's what's happening during duty hours of nurses here in the Philippines. So during that time, they are for duty for 1 week and they stay in the hospital. Okay? So after 1 week, they are quarantined to another facility for 2 weeks and they get swabbing for PCR testing for COVID-19, and if they are negative, then they can have 1 week off to have time for their families also. Okay, and then after that 1 week, then they go on COVID wards again. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer, Sir Alan. The next question come from Dwi Antara Nugraha and Nurlina Aprilia. The question is, they want to know how the application of transcultural theory in the pandemic era in Indonesia, which has many cultures. Is the approach per culture or can be generalized? Thank you. Datu, are you clear? The questions?
So you're talking about transcultural nursing in Indonesia?
Yes, because many culture in Indonesia and many islands, you know.
Yes. Actually, frankly speaking, I cannot be speaking for another country, but I think in general, we have almost the same geographical region. In the fact that Indonesia has many thousands of islands, and some of them are quite remote. And when you talk about telehealth or whatever through the internet, I think it's quite a challenge. So I'm sure the government of Indonesia have addressed this this issue to ensure that the population has accessibility to healthcare. If I have to compare with Malaysia, which I think is almost the same, we have of course the standard operating procedure is the same throughout the country, okay? And then, but the most important thing in terms of reaching the population, we have to have collaborative partners, collaborative partners with all agencies, including government agency and also non-governmental agencies, in a sense that we work together to ensure the preventive aspect and also the treatment aspect. For example, we have the police, we have the army, we have the NGOs, and other departments to work together with the health, to ensure that the whatever SOP that we have for the population it reach them. And then we also have islands, but I think you have more. I have actually visited most of your islands, but not to the small one. But I think you're all doing fine, except that that the distance, I think, will be a problem. So I can't really speak for Indonesia, but I can assume that you have a very good SOP for your population across the board, as we also do in Malaysia, and I'm sure in all parts of the world we have our own SOP. So for the remote area, I think is, for example, for the health setup. Normally, we have public health centers in all the provinces, all right? So from provinces to the small islands, and we have also the staffing. So what we have to do, I think, we have to, as I say, I repeat again, collaborative, partners with the army and the police so that they can, disseminate the information from the main province to the small islands. So because sometimes our clinic, in Malaysia, we do have a pusat, puskesmas or something, or health centers, in some of the islands, So, but we need actually the help or the participation of other agencies or other government department or ministries to help us. So in Malaysia, we have to do like that. And I'm sure Indonesia is doing the same because, we in Asia, actually, in ASEAN, they have meetings. And as my friend Alan said just now, they have concluded the last ASEAN meeting, looking into how every government has to do some intervention strategy and also how they have to help each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the last question for written in the chat room. Maybe the participant has any question again? Any questions? If anyone don't have anything to ask, we will end this question and answer session. Okay, we are the end of the first session. Let me summarize the discussion of the first session. Nursing care is a harmony. Nurses can do preserve and maintain the cultural practice of an individual and family while receive health service. Nurses can accommodate the patient and negotiate with the patient within the healthcare environment in order to provide culturally congruent in the healthcare delivery system. Nurses are required to return to the bedside and provide care for COVID-19 infected. COVID-19 is an ongoing crisis. It is a new time lesson, equity, leadership, social justice, ethics, and patient care. The pandemic will forever shape the transcultural and landscape nursing. And then nurses can apply the transcultural nursing with assess model such as assessment, communication, cultural negotiation and compromise, establishing respect and report, sensitivity and safety. Unfortunately, we are at the end. Before we close the first session, to our speakers, would you have some closing statements? Maybe we can start from Datuk Bibi and then we go to Sir Alan. Please, Datuk Bibi, for the closing statement.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you for a good moderating. Yeah, very nice. We managed to speak very well. Yeah, okay, with your moderation, and thank you to Panti Rapih, Panti Rapih for inviting me. And I hope that the discussion and the deliberation just now will be of good use to all the participants. For myself, I've enjoyed actually sharing with you all. And basically, it's a learning experience, also learning from our dear Alan just now. So from the ASEAN perspective, so I'm sure this initiative by Panti Rapih is very good, especially for all the participants and also especially for your students and for those who are here with us this morning. So in spite of the pandemic and the COVID-19, let us not lose hope. Let us be motivated and plan ahead. How best we can beat this COVID-19 and still, sail successfully forward. So thank you and may God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Sir Alan. Please, Sir Alan, for your closing statement.
Hello. Before I tell my closing statements, I would like to answer one question from the chat box quickly. The question is, do you think it's okay when you see that many nursing graduates prefer to work abroad than in their own country? And what can we do to get them to keep working in their own country rather than abroad? So ideally speaking, it's really better for nurses to work in their home countries so that transculturally speaking, they don't need to adapt to the new culture. It means that they already know how to engage with their patients. Remember that people like who people like who are like them. Okay, as Dr. Haja said a while ago, effective nursing care is when people follow you. So if they see you as one of them, then they they will abide by your nursing interventions and they will cooperate with your nursing interventions. So what are the factors that push nurses from working in their home country? First is lower salary, limited career opportunities, poor working environments, unstable political environments, and lack of health and safety. I believe if countries can address these issues, then nurses would think twice of working abroad. But also, we do not want to hinder the freedom of choice of nurses because some of their reasons might not be economic. Maybe they want a new environment to work. So it is for the nurses already to decide for themselves. Again, that's their freedom to work abroad also. So, as my parting words, I would like to thank STIKes Panti Rapih for inviting me for this talk. I really enjoyed and I'm excited to maybe meet you someday and go to Indonesia also and to other countries and to meet you personally. I hope COVID ends very soon. There are vaccines on the way and we hope and pray that everyone will be provided for with that vaccine so we can meet and shake hands and maybe hug each other. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the wonderful statements for our speakers. We with you, Sir Alan. Come to Indonesia. Thank you very much to our dearly participants and of course our amazing speakers, Datuk Bibi and Sir Alan, for your time and your sharing today. And at last, I want to apologize if I made some mistake during conducting the first session. I hope we all stay healthy and also happy during this difficult time. Thank you. Now I return the event to MC, Mbak Diva. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sapre. Wow, as we know, that was an amazing discussion. So for the first segment, like the BB said, hope our material is useful to us. Okay, so now we will go to the next session. For the discussion and material giving that will be guided by Mr. Dian Yunanto Setiaji as SDZ MPH. For Mr. Dian, are you in? Mr. Dian?
Hello.
Okay, so for Mr. Dian, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Diva. Very good afternoon to participants from Indonesia and the neighbor countries. Welcome to the international webinar on transcultural nursing in pandemic era. I am Yan Setiaji. Will lead you to the second session. The themes for the session are first, the update of COVID-19 management, and the second is the cultural perspective of distress responses in pandemic era. Personally, I think that these issues are very important since most people in the world rely on the health protocol and effort to handle stress within pandemic. And we are very lucky since there are two speakers who are very knowledgeable to talk about these issues. First, we have Prof. Hu Sihlai, registered nurse, PhD from College of Nursing, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. He is a general supervisor of Taiwan International Classification of Functioning, Health and Disability Research Society, and he is a deputy chair of Disaster Nursing Committee, Taiwan Nursing Association. Good morning, Prof. Hu. And second speaker is Ibu Yulia Wardani, Master of Art in Nursing from Bachelor of Nursing Program, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Panti Rapih, Yogyakarta. She is a lecturer with Major on Psychiatric Nursing. Good morning, Ibu Dani. Now, we invite to the first speaker, Prof. Hu Sihlai. Prof. Hu will speak about the update of COVID-19 management, preventing and managing the next breakpoint of COVID-19. Please welcome Prof. Hu. Your time is about 45 minutes. The time is yours.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Fuji. Can everyone hear me? Is it clear of my sound? All right. So good morning, this is Fuji. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, I think I need to step back a little bit. This is the cameras get too close to me. So now in Taiwan it's almost 11:20, and this is really my pleasure to have my experience share with you from Taiwan. So can you help me to share my screen to upload my PPT? Okay, now let's go. All right. Okay, now I will start my presentation. So I will share with the experience that Taiwan has been conducted in the past experience. So let me ask everyone a question. Can anyone see my PPT right now? Because I cannot see it from my screen. Can anyone see that? Everyone can see that? Our moderator, can you see my PPT on the screen? Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, we can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, sure. So can you see my PowerPoint right now on the screen?
We can see your presentation.
Okay, now let's go. So good morning everyone. I am Fuji from Taipei Medical University in Taiwan. So as you can see in the background of my PPT, there's a Taipei 101. I saw it from our university that had ever been the tallest building in Forward before, and that is still the tallest building in Taiwan. So that's the view I saw every day. And as you can see, I don't wear a mask. Of course, that's in my personal office. So I want to share with you in the past what we have done in Taiwan. And based on this, we reflect back to what we are going to do in the future. Because as we know now, some countries, they might even have a second wave or third wave of the COVID-19. So how we prepare ourselves, the whole society, even the whole country or the global society, to manage the next breakpoint of COVID-19. So first of all, in my short presentation, those are my outline. So I will talk about education. Since this is a Transcultural Nursing Conference, I think education is very important. The education have to fit into the culture and have to inspire our cultural consideration. Also, I want to share with you the healthcare resources. That is very important because the resources, there are some issue about allocation and how we develop and how we conserve the resources. And next to that, I think as our previous two speakers have mentioned about the leadership, we think the leadership is really important. They can sustain the culture and how the culture influence the leadership. That's another important issue. And information communications, that is always a key point, especially in Taiwan, how we confront the COVID-19 and we balance economy, our health, our safety, and most important, our daily life. That is under blessed resilience. We know every time when we face the disaster, the resilience is always most important because we want to return to our life. We want to build back better. So those are the outline I'm going to present for today. So before I started, let me give you a very brief introduction of the Taiwan. Let me ask you first, how many of you have ever been to Taiwan, our audience? Anyone? Or no. Maybe some? I believe very few of them they have ever been to Taiwan. So Taiwan is very small. We are 23.7 million people in 3,600 kilometers square. But the most interesting thing is we have a national health insurance that have been ranked as the #1 in the whole world. So we have a 99.9 of the Taiwanese population. They are covered under the national health insurance. And I believe our audience might be curious why I have to say or why I have to talk about the national health insurance, because that's the key how we so far can be successfully face the COVID-19. The national health information system, national health insurance system has all of the data, all of the access, and that is also cover all of the healthcare. So for example, I have international students, and we have many other international students, they come to Taiwan for study. So once you are registered as a formal student, you also get coverage from the national health insurance. And as we know, we have increasing cases. They are from other countries. They enter Taiwan either for life, either for study, or either for work. So we have the border control. But after the border control, when they enter the Taiwan, how can we track them? The national health insurance system is the key. So far, we have 611 infected cases up to yesterday, and 55 of them, they are domestic. So this means in Taiwan, we have more than 220 days without any domestic cases. All the cases right now we counted, they are foreigners or the people they travel to foreign country, they came back to Taiwan. So we don't have domestic cases for many days. And during the 611 cases, we have 7 deaths. And so far, among the 611 cases, we have 546, they have been recovered. So this is most updated information up to right now, today. And another story of Taiwan is during the COVID-19 pandemic, from the beginning of this year, January, until now, we never ever locked down any city. And how we can do this? Because culture is a very important thing. That's why I think today's main theme is a transcultural nursing. I think it's very important. I want to share with you. So another fact that makes Taiwan's situation right now is we produce the surgical mask locally, more than 20 million a day, even now. So that's just very important for the PPE. So after I give you the review of the COVID-19, I want to emphasize that education is very important, as I have presented in the outline. So why we need to keep education? And what is related with education? That is health literacy. Health literacy can prepare our people. They have a very strong sense of wear mask. They can be very honest to present their TOCC, their travel, occupation, contact, and cluster information, because they know if they have such health literacy, they not only protect themselves, also they protect other people, protect their family, and protect the society. So we have two main stakeholders. They make the education to increase the health literacy. One is an interdisciplinary cooperation. They involve with the government, involve with the community, and of course school. So in Taiwan, we have only, I remember only one school, they have been closed because they have more than 2 cases in their school. So the Bureau of Education, the Ministry of Education in Taiwan, we start to have the protocol in this January in 2020. We said that the same school, if you have more than 2 students that were infected, then you have to close the school for 2 weeks, which is 14 days. And everyone enter the school, we have entrance control. We have to show and scan your student ID. We limit the visitor. Also, we have checked our body temperature every day, every time you enter the school. So like me, I am a professor in the university. So maybe sometime I went out to buy my lunch, went out to have coffee. So every time I back to my university, I have to present my ID. I have to scan it, and I have to check my body temperature, no matter how many times I will enter the school. So government, they also provide lots of information to educate our public, also educate our healthcare provider, excuse me, also educate the community. For example, if we have some people, they back to Taiwan, they are Taiwanese. So under the government's regulation, they have to do self-quarantine for 14 days. So when they come, government give them a cell phone, although they have their own cell phone. This cell phone is used to track them, is to use for if they have immediate help. They can use this cell phone to contact our government officers. So not only the cell phone, because we are human beings. Sometimes we tend to not following the regulations. So some of them, they free out, they get out, even they are still under self-quarantine. So the neighbors, the communities, they reported. Why? Because through the government's education, it's very important that everyone have to maintain healthy. You have to follow government's self-quarantine policy. And how we know that? Because the government give us the education. Even from the social media, and the government have the TV advertisement every day, 24 hours a day, have lots of different advertisement to give you very brief education, including how to wear mask, how to maintain your awareness, how to do the hand hygiene, how to not using your hand to rub your nose, rub your eyes, and even when you sneeze, how you gonna handle it, or even you have some suspicious symptom, who you should call, how you should report. So that is education, increase our health literacy. Also, our social media, they play a very important role to educate the public. And in addition to the interdisciplinary cooperation, our public education is very important. As I have mentioned, we teach our public, you need to report with honesty in your TOCC. And also we encourage them to do the health check. So like I am also the clinical preceptor. So I have to bring my student to hospital for medical surgical nursing practicum. So this year, from January to March, I stay in the hospital for 10 weeks. Every day, I have to go to the hospital to guide my students' clinical practicum. So we do the students' TOCC check, that including myself, and their health check. So they check their temperature or any symptom twice a day before they enter the unit, and every day before they go back home. So we also do the public practice management. So like during this time, we have Ramadan. in Indonesia. So we have more than 300,000 Indonesian people in Taiwan. So before, in the Taipei main station, we have a very big space. So on the weekend, we have many people, they go there, they stay there, they enjoy friendship, enjoy food. But during the pandemic, we have to negotiate with the culture, even though they like to stay there. But we need to, put our priority. So we have put the public places management. So after the pandemic has been a little bit subside, now the space is open, but we still have to keep the social distancing. So that is the way we respect the culture, but we kind of negotiate with the culture. Why? Because we want to sustain the cultural event. So this is very important for the sustainability. And also in Taiwan, we have to wear the mask. So the Taiwanese government, we have some regulation and it's very, very strict. For example, without wearing a mask, I cannot take public transportation. If I take it, I will receive 100, 100, 1.5, I have to receive 150,000 Taiwanese dollars punishment. And if I still do that, I might be in jail because I was against infectious disease transmission law. So this is the way how we use the education to cultivate our health literacy for the COVID-19. And another important thing that we can neglect today in Taiwan is our healthcare resources. The resources actually has several dimensions. For example, human resource. We very, very emphasize the wellness of healthcare providers. We believe if the doctor, if the nurses, if our healthcare provider, they are down, the whole country of Taiwan will be down. We believe that. That is the priority. So we also use that principle to prioritize our vaccination in the future. And, on the other hand, for example, this year, this February, I was supposed to go to Japan, Osaka, to share my disaster research project in Osaka. But in January, at the end of January, the Taiwanese government, they prohibited all of the healthcare providers to travel abroad unless you really have emergency need and you have to apply. So based on that situation, I cannot go out. So if I approach to our custom before I leave Taiwan, they will show I am a healthcare provider. They mark it in my passport, in my immigration system, so I cannot go out. So why? Because we want to make sure our human resource of healthcare providers, they are enough. So we have to do the special test and the screening team for the patient. Also, we have alternative HR, human resource, for split operation because we use split operation in our hospital. And this really, at the beginning, have some kind of culture shock because this is not used to what we used to do. Another thing is the hospital prohibit the visit and they only allow you to have 1 hour patient visit in each hospital, 1 hour for one patient for 1 day at the beginning. So this is a big culture shock for Taiwanese people because we would like to see our family when they are in the hospital. But as I say, we have to negotiate. We have to balance that. So the public, they accept it. Why they can accept? Because the government give the education. We keep advertising the importance that why we have to limit the visit because we don't want to spread out at the beginning. So in addition to human resource, we also have healthcare provider wellness. That's very important. So we have to make sure the healthcare provider, they're healthy, not only physically, psychologically also very important. As I have shared before, some nurses, they also got infected. And once they got infected, their family have to under quarantine. So some of nurses, their children, they're like kindergarten children or maybe primary school children. So when they go to school, we have to protect them because we don't want the society has any stigma on their children. So the government also integrate with the social media to give lots of education to cultivate the health literacy about when people they got infected, they didn't mean that. They didn't purposely to be got infected. This is kind of unfortunate today. So we have to help them. Our whole society have to help those that are infected or they are under self-quarantine. So in Taiwan, if you are under if you are under the quarantine for some suspicion, the government give you 1,000 Taiwanese dollars per day for 14 days. Why? We want to support you. We want to make sure you really under the self-quarantine until you are being screened as negative, then you can go back to the community to live and work together with us. So in addition to that, as I mentioned, we make 20 million surgical masks a day. Why? That's important because the PPE. Taiwanese people usually we wear masks very occasionally. For example, today if I have acne on my face, I may wear a facial mask. So people they are quite used to that. But during the COVID-19, the government have to make sure everyone has certain amount of the facial mask. We don't want to cause panic of the public. So we use our national health insurance system to give you the facial mask. So no matter how poor you are, no matter how rich you are, you can only buy a certain amount of mask 1 week. So for example, at the beginning, the government said, okay, everyone can only buy 3 masks in 1 week. And then they increased to 10 masks in 2 weeks. So every time when I look at, oh, it's time for me, then I bring my national health insurance card to our convenience store, to our post office. Then I show my national health insurance card. They check, okay, I never get the social mask, so they give me the social mask. So since government use this system to give the support, also track our suspicious cases and give PPE to our public. So this one together with our culture, we are okay to wear mask because I understand that in some Western culture or some Western countries, they perceive wearing a mask as a negative impression, so they don't want to wear that. But in Taiwan, we are very okay with that. Also, our past experience of SARS in 2003, we really understand the importance of wearing a mask. So the PPE is also important. And also, like I had mentioned, the healthcare infrastructure. So national health insurance system is very, very important. But only national health insurance system is not enough. Why? We have to integrate those information with our custom, with our border control, also with our some supply chain. For example, if the industry they want to produce the facial mask, they have to get the material, they have to get the supply. Also, they have to monitor the quality. How is the quality of the social mask? So they have to know that. So finally, it's our response capacity management. Once we get the suspicious cases, where they go? They go to hospital. So the hospital have to change their operation procedure. So that's why I say we have a split operation. But this will cause some issues. For example, human resource issue, your road for your visiting road issues. Also, the government have to spend more money and also more human resource to respond to the COVID-19. And government have to support that. And we also have to evaluate our response capacity for another pandemic or even if we have a bigger breakout. So for example, we have one nursing home. They have a nurses got infected. So once the nurses they got infected, the resident living in the nursing home might have a possibility to get infected. Can you believe that in 6 hours from the evening until the midnight, we evacuate all of the 39 residents into different hospitals, and we get everyone have a very well control in 6 hours, and that's in the midnight. How we can do that? Our national health insurance system give us a very, very powerful tool of this system. So in addition to healthcare resources, the leadership is very important. So I don't know, do you notice that in Taiwan, the top leader respond to COVID-19 is not our president, our lady president Tsai. No, she is not a leader. No, the leader is our Minister of Health and Well-being. And actually, he is the alumni of Taipei Medical University. He graduated from our university, and he had ever worked as our board of trustee for Taipei Medical University. So he is a dentist, but he has a professional team. So even you're a politician, you have to respect that. This is a really professional response. So we get the professional people to do professional things. So our leader is not the president, not a politician. So we use two ways: top-down policy development, and also we do the bottom-up policy adherence. So we know that the government, they give us some policy, and we have to do our best to follow it. So for example, we have a policy for PPE. Like I mentioned, everyone have a certain amount of of the facial mask, and we let you know where and when you can get how many surgical masks. Also, we have to reallocate our resource. So at the beginning, in January of this year, the total production amount of Taiwan is only less than 1 million surgical masks in whole Taiwan. But when the beginning of the COVID-19 back in China, our government hear that, so we send our representative to Germany. Why they go to Germany? They want to buy equipment to produce surgical masks. So in 2 months, from January, we start to have much increasing numbers of surgical masks. So I remember back to May, early May, we already can produce more than 20 million surgical masks a day. Why is so important? This can make our society feel very safe because we have enough surgical masks that can protect everyone. So we relocate the resources. Also transparency. Why is related with transparency? The information is very important, especially the information transparency. So every day, the Minister of Health has the media conference. So they tell everyone in Taiwan, you can watch from TV, you can listen from even YouTube or Twitter. You have the real-time reports. How many cases we have today? Where are they from? And who might be the possible suspicious cases you need to under your self-quarantine? And how we will interact to such information. So all of the information are transparent. No information there are hidden. So this is very important. Can make our people feel safe. This is also related with the leadership culture. The leaders, they think honest and the transparency is the best practice. So the top-down policy development for the top level leadership, they do those 3 things. And for the bottom-up, of course, we have to reflect on the big data. So the big data from the bottom line or from our society is very important. So for example, we have some big data to see how many people have been to a clinic with some symptom through the national health insurance system. So we know that. And also we use lots of digital governance to give support to our people. On the other hand, also government monitor medicine from our digital governance through the social media, through your cell phone, through all of the electronic medical record. So why we have to done those so many things? Because we want to build the trust. So the trust enhancement is very important to strengthen our leadership and to encourage our community, our people to follow or to adhere to the policy made by the government. So in addition to leadership, I would like to mention about the information communication. So as I told you, the national health insurance system is very important. So we have the central infrastructure. So we integrate the information to the immigration. So like I said, I cannot go out because in my passport, I have been marked. I'm a healthcare provider, I cannot go out. Even I enter other hospital. Once I enter, when they scan my the national health insurance card, they know I'm a healthcare provider. So through our national health insurance system. Also military is very important. Why? I don't know if you look at the news, we have a Navy fleet. They travel to other countries. When they come back, there are more than 1,000 navies. And then among that, there are 26 of them. They were infected. This caused a very, very big event in Taiwan. So they already released from the warship. We recall them back in 8 hours. We call all of them, even they are at home. The military department tell them, all of you, you have to back to the ship in 8 hours. They arrange all of the traffic. They also follow up whoever they have ever contact with them. So fortunately, those people, only 26 of them, they did not, spread out to any other people, even their family, their friends, even some restaurant. So we are very lucky. And finally, they are all cured. So we have to link to the military. Also, we have to make sure we have enough negative pressure room, because once we have those cases, we have to put them in our negative pressure isolation room. So we have those information integrated into our central infrastructure, and we communicate those information to our public. So we also have the, in addition to central infrastructure, we also have distributed infrastructures. So we have institutional protection that including hospital, school, public places, restaurant. So if you are now in Taiwan, when you enter any restaurant, any store, they check your body temperature. They give you 75% alcohol spray to let you wash your hand. So that's all required. And also we have very strong infection control trend. So if you have any question, you can call to the CDC directly. They will give you all of the answer about your suspicious, or if you want to report anyone, you can call to them. And also we have very strong intensive care. All of those information, you can see that in our Ministry of Public Health and Welfare. And also we check the inpatient split to make sure whoever they were infected or they are under the potential of being infected, they will not spread out to other patients in the hospital. So those are the information communication. So as I have mentioned before, the resilience is very important. When we experience such kind of almost like disaster pandemic of COVID-19, we have to go back to our life. We have to make money. We have to eat. We have to enjoy the happy time with our family. We have to make our life going. So that's the basic need of everyone. So Taiwanese government put that as our most important consideration. That's why we don't want to lock down any city. Of course, we have to look at the need. But some country they just think, well, they might be easier just lock down the city, but people cannot make their normal life. They cannot study. So in Taiwan, we make those balance. So we prioritize our normal life is very, very important. So in the resilience for the pandemic of the COVID-19, we think we want to build back better because we might have second wave, third wave of the pandemic. So the well-being of all dimensions is very important. If you look at the news in Taiwan, it's very surprising because every year we have more than 10 million Taiwanese people that travel to other countries. Number one, Japan. Number two, maybe Thailand, and some they go to Bali Island in Indonesia. But right now they cannot go out, so they stay in Taiwan. So lots of people, they travel a lot in Taiwan. Even I want to go to some places, it's very difficult for me to get high-speed rail ticket or even airplane ticket. Why? Because we still want to have our normal life. So we do the best control to make sure everyone, you can enjoy the trip, you can enjoy your time. So we also want to make sure the sustainability, which is very important, sustainable development goals that proposed by the UN. So how can we sustain? We need to sustain our healthcare, we need to sustain our education, sustain our economy. So how to make that is to make sure we can correctly and effectively deal with the pandemic of the COVID-19. So, many people say it, the COVID-19 changed our life. Of course, for example, before I don't wear a mask. I don't wear a mask even in the hospital unless I get close to the patient, they might have an infectious disease. But right now, once I go out to my office, I have to wear a mask. And also I have to keep social distancing. And also I might use social media a lot because before I like to face-to-face talk to people. Right now I might change. So change is to be changed. And this might have a big influence to the culture. But how we sustain our culture is a very important issue. That's why I put the sustainability into the resilience. So there are lessons we learned from COVID-19 from this January until now in Taiwan. So first of all, we understood that the health infrastructure is very, very important. That is the critical thing, how Taiwan we can be successful so far. So we integrate all of the health information with like military education and other disciplines. Second one, leadership. We don't believe president can be always the best leadership. She might be very good leadership in some way, but when we face the pandemic, we need to let the healthcare professionals to do the professional things. She respect that. She understand that. So that's why she never ever say anything about how to deal with the pandemic of COVID-19. And also informatics network. Like I say, we have communicate the information and make sure the information is transparent. Also, we have to prevent the fake news or misleading information. So Taiwanese government, we have very strict control of the mislead information. So once you spread out the information, our web police, they can find it and they can do some interaction to that. And we want to make sure people feel safe. As I say, PPE, the mask is very important. So logistics support is very important. So Taiwanese government, we also give some financial support to the restaurant, to the travel agent. They have very, very much influence by the pandemic of COVID-19. And also psychosocial, excuse me, psychosocial well-being is very important. Not only the healthcare provider or public. Once you are under self-quarantine for 14 days, you can imagine that you are in jail for 14 days. You cannot go out to anywhere. You can only use the internet in a small room. How will you be? So we need to give them support. And if your nurses, you are not sure whether your patient has been infected or not, or you might be infected and that your children, your family got stigmatized by the society. You might feel very stressful. So the psychosocial well-being is very important, especially when we face the second wave or third wave of the pandemic of COVID-19. Finally, education is very important. Education not only cultivates our health literacy, they also is very important to sustain our culture. So, for those 6 items or maybe more items, the integration and the cooperation based on transparency and the democracy is everything. Taiwan, we are a very democratic country. Everyone, you have access to all of the information. So because of this, people feel very safe. They believe government never ever hide any information about the COVID-19 pandemic to them. So they can completely follow the government's policy. They can cooperate with the government. So, even though we have a better control of COVID-19 in Taiwan, we still have a future challenges. So first one, how can we early detect and also we control unknown communicable disease in the future, because we might have a COVID 20, 21, 22, 23. So how can we deal with that? And in order to deal with the communicable disease, we need to have the enough personal protective equipment, and also logistic support is very important. And how we communicate with people and how we prevent the fake news or the mislead information that damage our success of our response to the COVID-19 is very important. So I always teach my students, when you see some information they send to your cell phone through whatever social media platform, think, check, confirm. If you are not sure, never ever disseminate to your friend, because you might be the helper who disseminate the misinformation. They might kill some people. We have some story about this one. And also the global information communication platform is very important. For example, right now we have some cases. They are from Indonesia. They want to work in Taiwan. So at the beginning, they are not positive, but under the self-quarantine, 14 days, during the 14 days or after 14 days, they will test positive. So if they are test positive, we want to share the information with Indonesia to let them know who this person that are positive right now have ever contacted what is the TLCC in Indonesia, and this can help Indonesian government to track and have a better control. So I think the global information communication platform is very important. Also, psychosocial support and the health policy, public health literacy, as I have emphasized. So, in addition to this, we are all healthcare providers. Our well-being is very important. So finally, I want to ask all of us to think of one question. When the COVID-19 come back, or maybe COVID-2021 come back, are you prepared physically, psychologically, culturally, socially? So this is the question I want to ask. So finally, I think, yes, we are prepared for the future, and Taiwan can help you, and we are helping. And please share your thoughts with me. And I hope one day you can visit Taiwan. Taiwan is very beautiful. We have many Indonesian people. You can go to the mosque in Taiwan, and we are very friendly. You can practice 5 times a day in our train station. Even our university, we have a specific place for you to pray 5 times a day. Thank you very much, and I look forward for your question or your thoughts at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Pandemic changed everything exactly, and are we prepared enough when it comes back, especially in Indonesia? Nah, we need to answer it clearly, Prof. And I was so very great to know that there was no city lockdown during pandemic in Taiwan. We need to learn a lot from you. Thank you so much, Prof, for your very interesting presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, as participants, you can write your question in the chat room, and our teams will select it and deliver to the speaker at Q&A session. So, I would like to invite Mrs. Dani. Mrs. Dani is going to talk about cultural perspective of distress responses, coping mechanism, and caring behavior of nurses in pandemic era. Mrs. Dani, you have 45 minutes, please. The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dian. Good afternoon, Prof. Since in Taiwan is 1 hour advance than in Indonesia. Sir Alan in Philippines, magandang hapon po, kumusta ka? And dear friends, lecturers, students in Indonesia, also good afternoon. So, can the committee share the screen of my PPT, please? The speakers before talk about the global COVID-19 in around the world, and then go to the ASEANs. And right now in these sections, I would like to present how COVID-19 attacked the nurses as the healthcare workers. So my subject today, my topic today is COVID, coping, caring in the perspective of culture for the nurses, for CIS, for the nurses. Next slide, please. So, dear participants, we already know that this COVID-19 attack our life is almost 1 year already, because this is November and the blooming, the information is very speed developed in our country, and attack some aspect of life, social, culture, health, economic, education, and political sectors of life. But today I would like to focus my speech on how COVID-19 impact the health sectors, especially the life of the nurses, and how culture caring can help the nurses cope with this COVID-19. Next, please. So this already stated that WHO on March 20, 2020 said the virus corona as a global pandemic, and in Indonesia, it's stated by President to the Presidential Decree number 12 as a non-natural disaster. When we focus on the word of disaster, means this is unpreparable, this is unwanted, this is unexpected stressors. Disaster is unexpected stressors. Disaster is an extraordinary stressors. An extraordinary moment, an extraordinary stressor who attack our life and also attack the specific populations of healthcare workers, which is nurses, and the nurses respond these stressors in extraordinary way, extraordinary responses also. Some of them who failed, who have lower degree of adjusting or adaptive skills will feel distress or trauma. So we can call this disaster is a form of trauma for the nurses. We notice in pictures at the beginning of COVID-19 found in the world. I think this is, the pictures is took on maybe April or May in these years, how distress of the nurses because many factors. Slide, please. Let me explain the specific stressors who accompany COVID-19 attack the persons. For the nurses, the direct contact with COVID-19 patients, especially in our research, I and Mr. Paulus did the research, the spot moment, the spot place, that very stressful moment for the nurse is being one room and being in one ambulance with the COVID-19 patients. This is the most, or the spot, the highlight moments for the nurses. And then another is also dishonest patients. So this is found in many wards, not only in COVID wards, but also in emergency wards, and also in inpatient department wards. Some of patients is dishonest because they are also afraid for being confirmed as patient as COVID-19 patients. Another is stigma and rejection from the people around them. Some nurses who rejected from the their neighborhoods, and then also rejected by the maybe dormitory friends, maybe some barangays, maybe in Philippines, also afraid being together, being accepted. The nurse who confirms as COVID-19 patients. Another thing, when this experience comes the first time in April or May, the hospital has not set the policy in how to manage the patients, in how to arrange the facilities, to provide the infrastructure, to provide the personal protective equipment to prevent this transmission of COVID-19. And then another nurse, which has older age, they also afraid with their health status, the history of themselves, and then also the comorbid they have. This is also stressor, another stressor for the nurses. And the biggest also afraid of being transmitter and afraid of being transmitted by the patients. Afraid by being transmit the COVID-19 to the beloved family, children, parents, and really very rentan population for this COVID-19. So the nurses as healthcare workers not only affected by COVID-19 itself, but also accompanied by these kinds of stressors. And maybe another profession doesn't have this kind of the stressors. Next slide. Studies found that those stressors lead nurse experience distress. And the kinds of distress are paranoid, fear of some things, anxiety, loneliness, neglected. And another is maybe this is all come from the research in Taiwan. I thought this is yours, Professor Fu. I do not know, like at all state that 50.4% the nurses experience depressions, 44.6% experience generalized anxiety disorders, and 34% insomnia. Another study by Yivan said that secondary traumatic stress disorders also attack the nurses, chest pain, nausea, dyspnea. And WHO also found that anxiety, psychosomatic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or secondary traumatic stress disorders is the main psychological stressor, psychological disorder for the nurse. And another study is said also PTSD, STSD, anxiety, depression, anxiety and insomnia. This is 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, and another research will find some findings that psychosocial disorders of the nurse will appear if the nurse failed to use adaptive coping or this kind of distress. And the last, my study with Mr. Paus also found some distress of the nurses in our informants in our study. Also state another the same disorders are PTSD, partial PTSD, and anxiety. And this is the severe anxiety because in the level of 7 to 10 level of anxiety. And distress also appeared in specific symptoms, as a psychosomatic symptoms are, they call like COVID symptoms alike. And this is interesting because the nurses appear or perform their physical distress, biological distress, and called it like COVID symptoms alike. So the symptoms is like COVID patients, coughing, difficulty in breathing, lethargy, pain, the throat pain, and then fever. So it's not appear in the informant symptoms like diarrhea or like stomach pains or another thing that's not related to COVID symptoms. And we call it COVID symptoms alike. And another thing, they are also experiencing decreased immune function, the suppression of immune function. That's the psychosomatic symptoms of distress of the nurse. Another segment is cognitive distress. They perform it like flashback, confused, difficulty in concentration, paranoid. It's the dominant distress symptoms of the nurse at the time. Another is behavioral distress. And this is typical by behavioral distress of the nurse who exposure to the COVID-19 or come from as COVID-19 patients. The behavior symptoms is avoidance, withdrawal, isolation, hopeless, and crying. Next, please. Yes. Next slide. So, dear participants, if we continue with another study, with another research about psychosocial impact of COVID-19 to the nurses, maybe we will find some findings. Typical findings, typically findings is the same as the symptoms mentioned before. But gratefully, the nurses can survive. Either they are diagnosed by PTSD within 2 weeks till 3 weeks, they will survive from this psychosocial impact, from the psychosocial complaint of the COVID-19. They will survive because they use some positive coping mechanism. This is the typical positive coping mechanism used by the nurse, and they can survive at the time. In our study, we found that they use 3 styles of coping mechanism. First is problem focus oriented style. Second is emotional focus oriented, and behavioral focus oriented. In terms of problem focus oriented, the nurse tried to have a better planning. The nurse tried to have better preparation, including better personal protective equipment use. They also very strict to use the protocol or PPE protocol in the hospital. Then they also try to follow the protocol in caring, in servicing the patients, the steps to approach the patient, the steps to deliver some procedure. They are very strict in this PPE and protocol COVID-19 procedures. Try to solve the problem, also really major findings in our study, and also they try to fulfill the duty as a nurse, even though some things they are also afraid to being transmitted of COVID-19, they are afraid to be transmitter to the parents, but the calling of the nurse, the calling of the services also very high in this study. Then they are very strict in the protocol. They're asking many expert doctors, also the senior nurses also try to look another important and scientific materials in article, journal, and etc. The second is the typical emotional focus oriented found they use sublimations. So some nurses who quarantine in a specific room, in quarantine room, some nurses who isolated themselves in the room, they try to sublimate their anxiety to another activity, such as try to compile some music, trying to playing many music, listening music, and then try to gardening, finding another activity, meaningful activity, then and also joyful activity. So the anxiety is decreased while they are quarantined. They compensate their anxiety to another activity, substitute their anxiety to another activity. That this is positive activity, sublimations. And some of them also typically use avoidance and isolations. They are culturally now and culturally aware that COVID-19 is something that very afraid, then something that very horror to another people. That's why they accept this condition and they try to isolate themselves, try to minimize the relationship interaction to another people in the hospital and also in the house. And then another coping, behavioral focus oriented, we found that they always bring sanitizer, and then they do frequent bathing and hand washing. They can 5 to 6 times bathing in the hospital and in the room. Even some of them also bathing in midnight after contacting the patient. Then this is very stressful. But they're aware that this is a way to prevent them from the COVID-19. In terms of the relationship with the population, with the neighborhood, they try to avoid the crowded, using the private transportation and try to not join in the groups. The behavior of the nurses when they are distressed. Okay, and next please. That's the coping, how to deal with the stress. And how about their caring behavior? Their caring behavior, some of the caring behavior still can be performed well, but some of them also fail to be performed well. And we noticed that this limitation of caring behavior because also the protocol of COVID not being very close with the patients. So these protocols and the afraid of being exposure with the patients make the nurses less perform in some performance, some behavior of caring. The caring cannot be performed as the caring can be performed, still can perform, is genuine, and then they can communicate, but very limited. So they still can communicate, but very limited because don't forget, still a protocol COVID is strictly ask the nurses to limit communication and touch with the patients. And also they try to develop competence. The competence is one attribute of caring. They try to increase their competence in COVID management and COVID protocols and COVID services to patients. And still they can serve with the smile. They still can educate patients, even though with the intercom or another devices, communication devices, they still educate the patient, they still perform, they still can listen to the patient, even with the devices, microphone and etc. The empathy still appear in these nurses, yeah. So some caring behavior still can be conducted, but the touch, attending behavior, okay, confidence, trust, compassion, and opening or acceptance to the patient cannot be performed very well because don't forget again, this is the hospital. They are the policy of COVID-19 protocols to be limited interaction with the patients also. In terms of confidence, this confidence is also one of attribute of caring. This confidence cannot be performed because first, that at that time, the nurse can still have very minimal knowledge about how to prevent, how to interact with the patients at the time. Then the knowledge, the cognitive procedure, technique, and etc., they also still limited information at the time. But going by the time they are exploring, asking, and learning something about COVID-19 management services, I noticed that they're more confident in this time. Okay, next slide. This is the specific characteristic factors of the medicine still can be performed by the nurses. So humanistic and altruistic values still very dominant can be performed by the nurses at the time. And sensitive to self and others, especially the COVID-19 patients who are very depressed because they are in the end of state of life because they have many comorbid, and some of informants in our study accompany the patients in very suffering level. And being sensitive to these patients, including being sensitive to the needs of dying and death properly, dying and death being with someone, they're very sensitive also with these issues. And they try to accompany by communication, by intercom, or some of them also accompany them, some patients who die in loneliness because this patient doesn't want to their family being them in one room. because also the patient who will die afraid if the family being attacked by the COVID-19. Then trusting helping relationship, and then problem solving method, then fulfill the basic human needs, and this is still in high performed by this nurse. And the last existential phenomenology trusting, that the nurse and the patients, some of them experience the phenomenology existent, being always hoping some miracles can be happen in the end of state of COVID-19 for the patients who are in the experience of terminal illness because of COVID-19. They still hoping that the miracle will be happens. Okay, next. So that's the perspective of how nurse can cope, nurse can still doing their behavior, caring behavior to the patients in the ward. Another thing interesting our manner is in the perspective of culture. Some nurses also aware that dealing with patients and family who are also have some money behavior and culture. We notice in the media social that some nurses who are rejected by the patient and the family in very bad manner. Some are thrown by stools, some are hit by the people because they didn't want to be hospitalized at hospital. And this is the behavior because they have belief that I'm not COVID patient, and COVID patient is nothing. COVID patient doesn't exist. This is the belief. When the belief is very persistent and the belief is very strong, then the behavior will show some relative behavior in perspective of culture. They rejected the official to pick up the patients. They also disregard the nurses as a human. But in this case, still, nurses can accept this behavior because they are being able and willing to recognize that your belief and my belief is different, that your belief is influence your behavior. And sometimes this belief that COVID-19 doesn't exist also influence the culture. Some people together in one community rejected the COVID-19 in their own culture, ceremonial and etc. And then also nurse being aware of one's own culture. So the nurse who's servicing the patient with COVID-19 comes from different culture and towns and countries. Some of them also has another beliefs. The nurse still can accommodate these different beliefs in this nursing care. That's very great. Okay. In the term of cultural sensitivity, the term of cultural sensitivity, the nurse still can accept the consideration that the cultural background of the people is a part of their services. They will not push the people with COVID-19 to do something that very strict has to be done. They still regard, they still respect the culture, the belief of the patients. So when I talk about a culture, it's very close with the belief, because belief and culture is like a coin, cannot be separated. Okay. Then the nurse also still can perform the cultural competencies. Okay. They empowering clients to express their belief. They empowering clients to express their different behavior in terms of culture in healthcare. They allow the patients to do another ceremonial, to do then another culture, belief, and perspective traditional procedure accompany in services in hospital. Some of them bring the religious manner, some of them bring some ceremonial how to deal with the COVID-19. And the nurse did not reject this behavior, did not reject this religion, belief, and tradition to accompany, to complement the nursing service. Then this cultural competence will lead the patient and nurse to cultural safety. Okay, the smiley symbols that I place in this slide inform us that these kinds of cultural awareness, cultural sensitivity, cultural competence, and cultural safety can be performed well when the nurse face the COVID-19 patients. Okay, next slide. Okay, dear participants, this slide inform us that summarization of the previous slides, that even though the nurse has many stressors, the nurse experiencing many distress, psychosocial distress among nurses, but the stressors, it can be response with adaptive manner, still in adaptive manner. Even though some nurses also using maladaptive manner of coping mechanism. Some of those who fail to adopt this extraordinary stressor are being consulting to the expert, to the psychiatrist, to the psychotherapist, and they have to undergo to some section to the with the expert. But most of them can survive by themselves because trauma by time 2 weeks, 3 weeks can heal by the time. The trauma will experience by the nurse 2 weeks or 3 weeks after exposing with the COVID-19, but still the trauma can find the way to heal themselves. The trauma can find a way to heal themselves. Then, because the art of coping, and then many nurses believe that caring is equipment, caring is a protection, caring is the soldiers from themselves to defend COVID-19. Then they still use some art of caring and some art of culturing in dealing with COVID-19 in pandemic era. So they can survive if they that they are nurse, they have very individual have a right, have a freedom to choose their own coping mechanism, and the nurse choose this coping mechanism. They also aware that caring still can be performed. The aware culture can accept the differences. Caring can accept the unique behavior because of COVID-19. Then the nursing practice in pandemic era will be better and better and better. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so where is the point, the place that caring, coping, and culturing can be accommodated, can be made together? Dear participant, our caring, our culturing, our coping can be built in our value. What value? Our individual value, personal value, accepting, and then value of accepting, value of protecting, value of saving someone, saving self, value of disciplines in protocol and etc. For value of disciplines in social distancing, value of disciplines in using mask, using hand sanitizer as the way to protect a COVID. That's our personal values. And also nurse is bound by professional values, because nurse is caring manner, nurse is culturing, nurse is curing, nurse is caring, nurse is culturing. This professional value for respect the humanist and altruistic values, for respect the freedom of individual, self-sensitive to self, sensitive to others. This is the professional value of nurse. Professional values of being full or good knowledge, competence, confidence, compassion. This is all those professional values together with the personal values will increase the capability of nurses to deal with the COVID-19 or to deal whatever pandemic or to deal with whatever disaster. Because as part of healthcare worker will be always be front liner, be front defender when the disaster is happened, not only COVID. So whatever disaster, nurse is a part. Nurse is important part of dealing with disaster. Okay, so the values of being a good nurse, the professional nurse that I mentioned before, the values of personal values, yeah. So the personal values and professional values together will empowering the nurse to deal whatever disaster happen, not only COVID-19. So Professor Wu, we are agree that we are ready for the next step. We are ready for the second wave of COVID-19, or we are nurses ready with whatever disaster happen around us, because we have these personal values and these professional values. And these values are accepted and respected by the nurse around the world. We have the same personal values, we have the same professional values as a nurse around the world. So the coping mechanism, the culturing ways in servicing of COVID-19, I think almost the same, with some positive coping, with some positive culture awareness and culture competencies. Okay, next slide. How we can operate those values? We can operate those values by assess the language barriers between the COVID-19 community and our professions. The rejected, the anger of the people because doesn't understand what COVID-19 is will solve with a good language, with a good communications. Okay, try to have sufficient time with the patients, because we already know very well how we have to do our protocol to prevent the COVID-19. Nowadays, we are better to use the PPE, to use protocol COVID-19. So for the next time, we will better in protecting ourselves as nurses to defend ourselves from the COVID-19. Then we always do our promoting and educating the people, educating community, because this is our calling also, not only for the patient COVID-19 in the COVID room, but also the people around us. Okay, as ordinary people in the community. Try to inquiry about traditional and social belief in COVID-19. Some of them has a belief that COVID-19 doesn't exist. Okay, we accept this. This is the belief. You cannot change the belief of the people in right and speed time, in quick time, but try to slowly accept this belief and educate to change the persistent belief. Incorporate our traditional interventions, then utilization of modality therapies. These modality therapies such as meditation, yoga, music therapies, cognitive behavioral therapies, milieu therapy, and another therapy is maybe meridian healing therapy, mindfulness therapy can be used also in servicing the COVID-19 patients. Okay. Also try to find out the ethnoparmological research. Ethnoparmological research is such as complementary drugs. The traditional drugs also can be accompany our practices as nurse in dealing with COVID-19. Okay, next slide, please. To those, the nurse who has very distressed level of responses to the COVID-19, there are who has mild and intermittent symptoms of distress. You can do reassurance, you can strengthening yourself by asking the social support. You can do your relaxation and lifestyle modifications. Try to do your activity that sublimate your anxiety. This is those who has mild intermittent distress. And then the nurse who has moderate to severe and persistent distress, you have to consult yourself to the mental health professional. Do not always being and feel you are strong. If you have persistent PTSD, if you have persistent anxiety, if you have persistent traumatic symptoms, persistent feeling of isolation, try to find out some expert, someone who can help you psychologically, pharmacologically, and maybe both pharmaco and psychologically. Doing your exercise enough, supporting counseling, problem solving strategic, and do specific treatment, specific session, specific psychotherapy session with the expert. For those nurses who have to severe distress, do not neglect, do not feel you are strong, because this trauma can prolong for many years, for many 10 years to go, 15 years to go, because post-traumatic stress, because distress, unmanageable distress can be appealed with the 10 to 15 incubation time. Okay. So the next slide, please. I think this is the last slide. So as my last slide, I am always happy to use this slide when I teach the students for, I think, more than 20 years. When I think I teach communication therapeutic or some courses in mental health, I always use this slide as my closing slide. You can be a doctor, someone who saves a life. You can be a lawyer, someone who defends a life, or a soldier, someone who protects a life, or simply become a nurse, someone who touches a life with your caring, with your culturing, and your coping with the situations. Thank you, nurses. Thank you, Mr. Dian.
Okay, wow, very interesting issues, Mrs. Gani. Thank you so much for this, the good issues for cultural caring, coping, and how to the nursing care to the patient in hospital and in society. Dear participant, now we are in the Q&A session. Our team already selected the question, and I will deliver to the speakers. And when I write in chat box, there are 3 questions for Prof. Fu, but Prof. Fu already answered it. But would you like to explain it again, Prof. Fu? Because we have attendance in YouTube, and I hope we hope they can understand the answer. The first question for Prof. Fu comes from Ignatius Congo. Taiwan has best practice experiences to fight outbreak of COVID-19. How this country prepare to fight the second wave of outbreak COVID-19 like China and Korea? And the second question, what are the strategy of what are the strategy the proper steps of education provide in school so that teacher, especially students, are not infected, because we know children and the elderly are vulnerable and at risk. And the third question comes from Dwi Antara. What is the success rate in Taiwan due to the COVID-19 vaccine? Please, Prof. Fu, would you like to explain it again? Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. I think as I have mentioned before, we continue to use the strategy we used, but in different approach. For example, actually, our government just launched a new policy from Monday, this Monday. They say start from December 1st, we have to go back to our previous policy that everyone enter 8 kind of public places, you must wear mask. Because at the beginning, that's mandated. And then as we have a better control, the policy a little bit loose. But we know the second wave might come because we have increasing cases from other countries. So we will restart restrict the requirement for wearing a mask in 8 certain kind of places. Also, another one is Taiwan. We already purchased lots of vaccine from other international companies. So we are still waiting to prioritize. For example, maybe we don't buy so many. Maybe there are only 60,000 vaccinations. As Taiwan, we have a 23 million population. But we give them the vaccination. They are based on the healthcare provider, the front line. They need it at the first line. So the Ministry of Health and Well-being, they are prioritized. And this is also related with the vaccination. In Taiwan, we have very good biomedical technology. We can make a vaccination. However, sometimes something good is not always good. Why? Because when we make the vaccination, we need people to do the clinical trial. And those people, if they are already infected, they might be okay. But so far, we don't have any domestic virus case. We don't have any domestic cases. And we cannot say, okay, any country you want to be our clinical trial to receive the Taiwanese vaccination. No, that's unethical. So right now, we still make the vaccination, but right now the only issue is we need to accumulate enough evidence to show the effectiveness of the vaccination. So that's why we buy the vaccine from other countries first. Although we can produce our own, but the reliability of the vaccination is a problem because we don't have so many cases. So far, we have only 600, only 11. And the increasing rate of each one, maybe we have 1 to 3 cases a day. They are all from other countries that back to Taiwan. So they might be the issues. And for the education, as I have mentioned, we keep the same strategy. Everyone who enter the campus, you need to, we have a record of your name, and the record of your name also link to your ID. ID can link to national health insurance system, so they can have a better track of you. Also, we keep monitor our temperature, our PLCC, and require everyone you have to wear surgical masks. So I think that's pretty much similar strategy like what we have done before. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you, Prof. 1 until 3 new cases per day.
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting. And the Ministry of Health and Wellbeing in Taiwan already integrated with all the departments. So collaboration and coordination is a great. And the Ministry of Health being the leader of COVID-19 management in Taiwan.
They are the leader. We believe professionals they should be professional. Politicians only good at politics. Otherwise, no, they are not good at others. We believe that.
Yeah, thank you so much. And the Taiwan strategies, including wearing masks, social distancing, national health insurance strike, and self quarantine policy, still remain as the same as the Taiwan had done before. Even though there are only 3 new cases per day. So, still practices the protocol. Thank you so much, Prof. And then we move to Ibu Yulia Wardani. There are also some questions to you. I will read for you. The first comes from Ignatius Congo. In your research, the cultural background have influenced coping mechanism to adapt with COVID-19. Because the have same background culture, especially Japanese culture, or different background culture. Thanks a lot of your explanation. Please, Ibu Dani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gongo. Actually, we did not do the cultural perspective in our research. Our research focused only in coping, distress, coping, and caring behavior. But since our theme today, the seminar is about transcultural nursing, then the community asked me to how using the cultural perspective to understanding how the caring behavior and how the coping mechanism used by the nurse in dealing with this distress. So actually, our research did not touch the cultural perspective in our research. But in answering your questions, our informants actually, unfortunately, comes from the same culture background from the Yogyakarta, Java, and actually our sample is simple random sampling. We randomize the informants, and actually because we focus in Yogyakarta regions, so that the participant or informants only comes from Yogyakarta, Java, and around this province. That's Mr. Gongo, my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Dani. There are also questions comes from like Eva Aprilia. Yeah, I think it is the same question with Dwi Antara Nugraha. How to present caring and empathy as a nurse in order to reduce family and community fearness and anxiety, and how to manage ourselves as nursing to stay calm in caring for COVID-19 patient in hospital. Because we know nurses also high risk group. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for this very good question, because we know also the transmission of COVID-19 now also affecting the healthcare workers to healthcare workers transmissions, so higher. So your question is how to deal with the family when we are confirmed as the COVID-19 patients. Dear students, don't forget, the family is a part of the stressor at the beginning, because we are the nurse who confirmed as the COVID-19 patients afraid to being transmitter for the family. So the family at the beginning of the cases is a part of the stressor because of the afraid of anxious being transmit to the family. But in fact, by time the nurse experiencing this COVID-19, in fact, the family is a part of curing. Family is a part of curing because the family is the big sources of energy. The family is the big sources of support to deal with the COVID-19. So how to deal if you are comforted by COVID-19? What can you do with the family? Try to accept first within yourself. Do not deny. Try to accept first, do not deny. After accepting the COVID-19 as a part of your body, try to confirm that you can deal with the situation because you have immune, you have a solution within yourself. Do the pharmacological drugs, do the protocol COVID-19 strictly and educate family. If they are rejected, accept the rejection if the first beginning. And then the education is important for the family and people around you. As education increasing, the acceptance also increasing. We feel that a statement. At the beginning of March, I still remember, March 19 is our first daring class, online class. We are very afraid with COVID at the time. But when education is increasing, our anxiety also decreasing because we are cognitively ready for this COVID-19. So accept this COVID, then doing your pharmacological therapy, doing your some sublimation activity when you are boarding in quarantine rooms, doing another activity, praying, music, and meditating, and another activity that they are positively and productively decrease your anxiety, then the disease will cure by this experience. That's my answer for the Eva, yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dia.
Thank you, Mr. Johnny. Accept the pandemic and do not to be denial about it. Yeah. So I'll try to accept it. Okay, there are questions about nurses in hospital, but there are question also, Ibu Dani. How has the pandemic impact you in psychology, and what is the biggest struggle you have faced since we having to work from home as a lecturer? Thank you.
This is already another topic, actually, Mr. Dian, because our concern is nurse in practical area, but this question is education area. That's right. The pandemic of COVID-19 is also attack our mental health status as a lecturer and as a student. Being in front of online, being daring in many hours also affect your psychological status. You will feel
Okay. Hello, Bu Dani. Are you still with us? So unfortunately, that maybe there are some problem with Ibu Dani Wi-Fi. Okay.
Hi. Enjoy. Yes, students, lecturing is also attacking by COVID-19. We are also victimized by COVID-19. You feel some tension. You feel some tension as a symptoms of anxious. the thickness of your neck, maybe you get easily irritating, you get boring, you get not interesting to attending the class. You feel when the teacher call you, okay, open your video, open your speak your answer and etc. When the lecturer call you, your attention in online, but 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, you feel tense also, you feel anxious also. Some of students also
I think Budani already has a problem with the connection.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, Budani. Facing some connection problem, yeah.
This is also make our mentally affected actually. If you have a bad network of Wi-Fi and etc. So twice, thrice, you will also feel some elevation of your mood. That's also mental status. So it's true. You and I work from home, study from home will also affected mentally by COVID-19. So do your maintenance, balancing yourself, your life. Make your life happy also. Do not only in front your laptop. Do not only in front your handphone. Go around. Get your experience. But please take a note for COVID protocol. You can go to beach, you can go to the mountain, you can go around, but please take your protocol COVID very well. Because we are need maintenance, we are need balancing our mental health status. That's my answer, Mr. Dian.
Yeah, I do agree, Bu Yulia. We run the webinar also from home, yeah. Okay. The last question, Ibu Yulia Wardani, come from YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
There question: how to deal with the language barrier in this pandemic, especially to the COVID-19 patient who use complete PPE, so we cannot or we have a difficulty to communicate because we cannot read the expression.
Yeah, that's true, very true, because the fourth level APD actually, fourth level of personal protective equipment will serve you as barriers for the caring, barriers for the communications. But we cannot break the barriers because this is the very high, strictly protocol of COVID-19, especially the nurses who walk in COVID-19 rooms or in the ICU who serve COVID-19. They have to wear 4th level APD. So when you prioritize prioritize your safety. So the safety is in the first your attention, then the communication, the caring will be second, will be third level of your attention. But okay, we have to accept. Okay, but it doesn't mean we cannot communicate. It doesn't mean we cannot communicate. We still can communicate. You can use your mediator using a paper, using intercom, using some devices, technological, to communicate with the patients. So I'm agree that the APD or PPE, personal protective equipment, is a barrier for the competence. When you want inserting IV line, you have very thick gloves. It is also barriers. When you want to talk, when you want to listen to the patient COVID, then you wear your some equipment. This is also a barrier, but it doesn't mean you cannot do communication well. It doesn't mean you cannot perform your caring. Still, you have inner driven to show your communication, to show your caring, to show your aspect of culture very well in limited manner, but you can still do it. And the patient, the management, the family will understand it. That's my answer, Mr. Dian. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree, Ibu Dan. I totally agree. So today's topic are very interesting, yeah, but due to the limited times that we have for Q&A session, if you still have a curious question, or maybe there are questions that I cannot speak to the speaker, please bring it to the speaker directly and let them to answer it later. Let me conclude the second session discussion from Prof. Wu. Taiwan government very care to the nurses family. They make sure that the health worker and their family are in good psychological well-being. The leader of COVID-19 in Taiwan is the health minister with top-down and bottom-up policy, transparency, and digital governance. They do to make society feel safe, to make sustain of education, etc. Targets in SDGs. We have to deal with COVID-19 pandemic and every protocol within it. From health infrastructure, strong leadership, network informatics, logistics support, psychological well-being, and education. So when the second wave or the other pandemics comes back, we already prepared enough. And from Ibu Dani, nurses suffer from distress or trauma due to the pandemic because this pandemic needs extraordinary responses. Nurses trying to do some coping mechanism like use protocol strictly in hospital to do isolation until bring sanitizer and choose private transportation. Nurses can also perform the caring practice to the patient through empathy, listen their symptoms, serving with a smile, and of course, nurses need to develop their competence, maybe with webinar also like today's. Nurses being able to and willing to recognize the cultural differences, they can adapt with the healthcare services to the indigenous population. Even though nurses suffer from many stressors, nurses can respond with adept manner of coping mechanism and can perform well in hospital or in society. So as a second session moderator, I would like to say thank you for Prof. Wu and Mrs. Dani for very fruitful discussion in this morning. Both of you provide us with a new side in COVID-19 management and coping mechanism within pandemic. We learned a lot from yours. I hope we can meet again in the other scientific event later. Thank you also to all participants for your active dialogues in Zoom room and in YouTube in this webinar. Now I return to this session to MC. Diva, please, your turn.
So much, Mr. Dian. Okay, so let's give a virtual applause for our moderator and speakers. That was an amazing discussion. Okay, now we're in the end of the seminar. And once again, I want to remind for all participants, don't forget to fill the evaluation link and the registration link, because the certificate just will be given to participants who have filled out the registration link and evaluation link. Now, let's prepare ourselves for prayer. I will read this prayer based on Catholic, and those who have different belief, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear God, thank you so much for your blessing and your consistent grant. We are so grateful for the experience that we have today. Likewise, blessed are those of us who have been involved in this seminar, which hopefully bring with it our renewal of service to all. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. So, thank you so much for all participants that support and join the seminar. Hope all material can be useful for you. And also, thank you so much for Professor Datuk Bibi, Mr. Alan Paulo, Professor Faustin Lai, and Mrs. Julia Wardani. Thank you so much for the extraordinary knowledge. So, thank you so much, guys. So, and see you on the next webinar. Please stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.